guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So to PTR day 2, I finally got to get some sleep and actually absorb everything I learned about PTR. We're probably gonna do a state of the PTR video here in a minute if you guys are interested in that. I'm gonna record it live. I like to record live. Yeah, let's get started. Boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. What's up, guys? Anybody alive in here? They're not alive. Well, that's fine. I want to do the thing to do right now anyway. Hmm, hmm, hmm. I kind of had to put together my thoughts on this, and I don't really know how I felt until I went to sleep and came back. I think if I had to sum up the patch in the most succinct way possible, I'd have to say disappointment. I don't know. We're gonna have to go line by line and talk about the patch. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up the patch notes, and we're gonna go line by line on everything, and we'll talk about each one of the things that they changed. Kind of get an idea of what's going on. Hopefully, I can give you guys some insight into what's going on as well. I need the notepad of justice. The notepad of justice. Wait, I got 17 notepads of justice open right now. This is crazy. Okay, yeah, that'll be helpful with Miasma. And I got a bunch of bullcrap up right now. So much bullcrap. My girlfriend made some delicious meatballs and some cheese and rice and broccoli. I put them together. It was delicious. Ooh. Belly drum. Alright, I best do these impromptu. I always have just best done these impromptu, so I'm not even gonna really rehearse or anything. Let's just get started. 3, 2, 1, let's... Oh, wait. If you guys haven't ever joined me for a live recording, I usually don't respond to the comments while I'm recording, so you can still say stuff if you want to, but I usually don't respond. But I basically hit the intro button, I record, and then end it. So 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Oh. Okay. Well, hold up. Looks like we gotta delete some files. I'm out of space, boys. I'm out of space. Wait, I'm not out of space. Is the hard drive just missing? Wait, what the hell? Unable to write to F live streams. Make sure your recording path... the hard drive is missing. What the frickin' frukin'? Yeah, the hard drive is missing. Well, that's certainly a eyeball opener. How'd my hard drive just missing? Did it die? Did it die? It's totally not there. It is 100% not there. Okay, well, we're going to have to make a temporary folder for live stream recordings on a different hard drive because apparently my F drive just decided to commit Harry Carey. Did I do the Windows update yesterday? I mean, my computer may have done the Windows update without me, but I didn't specifically tell it to do the Windows update. I'm going to have to see what's going on with that drive later. I don't really have the opportunity to mess around with the innards of the system right now. Recording, browse, D drive. I mean, most of my hard drives are intact. The F drive is the only one that's missing. That's the one I usually record to. There we go. Okay. So we should be okay now. I got it set to a different drive. Alright, so 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So I've had a day to experience the PTR, and I got myself a nap, and really kind of had to absorb this patch. It's weird. It's really weird. I don't know whether I like it or whether I hate it.
Afternoon.
Like it's almost like that freaking Star Trek episode where like Data Fire, that was the movie, it was Generations, the movie where he gets his emotion chip and he goes down to 10 forward, he gets a drink, and Guinan gives him like the most disgusting drink that ever existed, and he drinks it, and then he's like oh, and she's like, what? It's disgusting? Yes, that. Would you like another? Yes. Like, this update is disgusting. Like, there's some good things about it, and I do kind of like some of the things about it, but the update's disgusting. We're going to talk about the update line by line, because it's the only way I know to go over it, so we're just going to pull up the patch notes, and we're going to talk about some of the update stuff, and, like, what's good and what's bad, and, like, what's weird. Just really weird. First off, the update to the Warlock health potion effectiveness. So this was a thing that I actually tested in D2. So for some reason or another, the potion for the Warlock did like nothing. I actually tested this across all the characters, and like if you had basically no HP and you drank a whole bunch of health potions, it would take roughly around like 15 to 20 seconds to refill your HP to full. That's the rate of recovery, not the amount of recovery, but the rate of recovery. And when I tested it on the Warlock was like 38 to 42 seconds to recover the same amount of hit points. And the recovery rate on the Warlock was really, really slow. So right off the bat, we have one really good change, which is the Warlock HP potions actually work now. If you have noticed at some point or another that the Warlock just seems to regenerate potion like really, really slow, and you kind of have to use rejuvenation potions on the Warlock, well, yeah, this was it. And I did test it on the public test realm, and it works. Like, it is fixed, so that's really good. Warlocks can now only equip 2-handed weapons in one hand, and the other hand using Grimoire class items, not a shield. It's such a non-like change. A lot of people are upset about it because they can't use their Phoenix or their Spirit Shields, and it's stupid because they were never the best in slot anyway. Like the Mephistoles, the Diabolos, the freaking Balos, the Measured Wrath, like the rare books, the blue books, the freaking like Rhyme and Splendor books. They were always better anyway. Like, I even specifically tested a lot of these options against each other, and the shields just never won in any scenario. I don't even know why they did this change. But there are people out there that are super upset about it, and it's stupid. Demonic Mastery, the max demon count now requires base skill point investment. This is kind of a lie. It's not really the truth. They actually, like, explicitly changed the way that Demon Mastery works almost entirely. Like, it doesn't require the same number of point investments that it required before. So, like, before you needed a lot more points, even though they were soft points, you needed a lot more points to reach, like, 2 and 3 demons. Now you can reach 2 demons at 5 hard points, which is way lower than the previous soft point number. and you can reach 3 demons at 10 hard points, which is way slower than the previous soft point number. It's actually, honestly, kind of better in a way because it requires less skill point investment to reach that point, and then your soft points even still give you more bonus over it. It was 10 points per level before. Now it's only 5 points per extra demon, which is like way better. So yes, you require base points to get the extra demons, but they halved the points, which is something that they didn't really mention here, and it's actually better. I like it. I think it's a good change. Summon Goatmen don't seem even remotely affected by this change whatsoever. Moving on. Blood Oath damage transfer cap doesn't seem to even remotely change anything. Like, whatever, moving on. Blood Boil, as far as I was aware, it was always hard capped in radius. When I tested it before, like, it always kind of had a hard cap radius. I don't really know why they did this whole 2-yard, 3-yard crap. They should just make it 4 yards. Like, why even bother with this? Just make it 4 yards and just move on. Like, if 4 yards is going to be the cap, just make it 4 yards away across. Like, there's no reason to even have it scaled. 4 yards is rather restrictive, don't get me wrong, but as far as I'm aware, it was never going much further than 4 yards anyway because it was bugged. It was part of the whole, like, blood boil bug thing, and it wasn't really even working properly. I don't know. It's still pretty powerful at 4 yards for what it is. Like, you teleport the minion onto the monster. It doesn't really even matter that it has a radius because you basically deathmark your minion on the monster, and then you start blood boiling. So, like, you basically get the free blood boil anyway just by tele-stomping your monsters on everything. It's kind of a non-issue. I just don't really understand why they scaled from 2 yards to 3 yards to 4 yards. It seems rather obsessive. The consume change, I didn't really even notice it at all, to be perfectly honest. I think I played around with some low-level characters and some high-level characters, and I didn't really notice. I think it's going to be fine. Honestly, all it does is it just lowers the amount that you get from lower demons, which is fine. Consume is still really powerful. You still get good bonuses from it. You just don't get as high of a bonus early on. There's nothing really too wrong with it. Bind Demon. There's a lot to talk about with Bind Demon. So, across the board, Bind Demon has changed rather dramatically. You can still sort of 1.1 it. Sort of. Ish. Kinda. It doesn't really work very well. The demons die pretty often. This line right here introduced max health cap, which varies by each demon. That one right there has completely neutered the demons. Unless you're willing to fully invest into the Bind Demon, they're going to end up dying. They're nowhere near as tanky as they were before. To put it into perspective, I had a character, solo self-found character, that had a Lister the Tormentor, and in that solo self-found run, I did P1 Ubers, and I basically just let my Lister the Tormentor sit there in P1 Ubers, and he would never die. I brought that same Lister, same character, same everything, same seed code, same map, same everything. Brought him into the game, put Lister in the same exact situation, and he died instantaneously. So, if you invest into these guys, it seems like they can still be moderately tanky, but overall, as it is right now, the demons are nowhere near as tanky as they were before. I don't know if they're going to bring this up a little bit. I feel like they're a little bit too weak, in my opinion, but I haven't really, like, 20-pointed Oath, and, like, massive number of plus to skills with Blood Oath. I feel like if you have maxed Blood Oath and you're running like Demon Skillers and whatnot, and you have like your full setup, I feel like it's probably going to be fine. In fact, some people said that they didn't have any trouble like if they were fully set up, which is probably how it should have always been. And it seems like a lot of these changes are designed around that idea, which is they don't want you to have a 1-point wonder of a demon. They changed the auras. They did take away Conviction, Holy Fire, Holy Light, Holy Shock, Blessed Aim, and Might. The only one that a lot of people are really upset about is Conviction. They replaced, however, a lot of the auras that they took away with Vigor, which is really cool, Thorns, which is amazing, and Concentration, which is also really neat and actually kind of feeds into some builds. Like if you were a Faith Boson, you could have the Concentration, or like a Faith Fizz Warlock, basically Bowlock. You could have the Concentration in combination with your Fanaticism, which is actually kind of cool. Then you could have a Might Merc, and then you could have like I don't know, like an infinity on them or something for like negative defense. You could basically have all your auras and eat it too. Vigor is actually a really fun combination with consume because you can run really fast. Really, really fast. Like Sanic to Hoocheg fast, if you guys know my Sanic to Hoocheg character. It's nutty because you get like the bonus from Vigor, you get the bonus from the consume, and then you also get your run, walk, boots, and all the other crap. And so like you get, it's cool. It's a good change, and the Thorns is going to be really fun with Rancor. Like I like it all across the board. They didn't take away Holy Freeze, which is fine. They did do a nerf to Cursed. I'm not sure it really matters though because like unless you're building into the demon, you're not going to be able to like actually get a Cursed demon and keep it for a prolonged period of time. It's just going to die. It's kind of difficult to actually grab a specific demon and keep a specific demon now because it's more or less just like whatever you get at that moment. And even then, like it's much harder to actually bind a demon at this point. Extremely more difficult to bind a demon. It's ridiculous. They did a lot of nerfing to the bind percentage and also the number of attempts and a bunch of other things. One of the things that they did that really brought down the total ability to bind demons is actually at the bottom here. I think it was at the bottom here. Yeah, right here. So fix blind demon not to roll a blind every 2 frames, and it now checks on bind on every 24th frame instead. So to put this into perspective, it was trying to bind the demon 12.5 times per second before, and now it is only binding once per second. So far less actual checks to bind the demon per second than before, right? Now, if that wasn't enough, they also made it much more difficult to actually bind the demon in 2 ways. The first one is they reduced the health bonus. So they reduced the benefit that the missing health bonus, which actually makes it so that you can bind the demon. So if you've never bound a demon before, I'll explain. When you go to bind a demon, you have to damage the demon first and remove health from the demon to make it easier to bind the demon. It would like you could like almost never bind a demon unless you had essentially that setup, right? But the thing is that now the benefit from missing health is far less advantageous. It still works, but it doesn't really help that much. And then they also reduced the synergy to increase the bind chance. And overall, like the entire process has gotten very difficult. Like to put it into perspective, before it might take you 1 to 3 seconds to bind a demon. Now it might take you between like 10 seconds to a minute, depending on how lucky you are. I've had it happen in about 10 seconds before. I was super lucky. And sometimes I'll sit there for like an entire minute and I can't get what I'm looking for. Now, for this particular curse, the amplify damage thing, I didn't really think it was going to be that much of an issue because you can just grab a Holy Freeze demon and you can get a Cursed Holy Freeze demon and you can have the Cursed Holy Freeze demon still apply curse to the entire screen. Problem is, the demon dies all the time. So even if you go get a Holy Freeze demon, and even if that Holy Freeze demon has Cursed, he's still going to die all the damn time. Unless you're going to invest into the demon, like having a specific combination is not going to be very viable anymore. In fact, if you can only invest 1 point into the Bind Demon skill, you're not even going to get an aura. Unless you can get 20 soft points. So it's kind of interesting in the way that this works, and I'm going to see if I can break this down as much as I can because it's complicated. So they made it so that you have to put base points into the ability to be able to bind specific demons. Okay? You have to be able to put 10 points in to bind a champion. You have to put 15 points in to bind a unique monster and 20 points to bind a super unique. Now, the base points only affect what demons you can bind, not the soft point bonuses for the demons. It's confusing. I know. It's a little confusing, and I'm going to try and break this down even more. All right? So when you bind a demon can get bonuses. They have specific bonuses that they can get, like extra strong, extra fast, spectral hit, Aura Enchanted, and so forth and so on. So these are still working off of soft points, if this makes sense. All right. So the Aura Enchanted is still working off of soft points and still requires 20 soft points to activate. And the same goes for every single one of these, is they require their equivalent in soft points to actually work. However, you cannot actually bind a demon that is above your base points. So even though this one would allow you to get an Aura Enchanted monster, you can't summon or bind, rather, a unique demon because the unique demon requires 15 hard points, which is weird. It gets even more complicated when you look at it from different perspectives, right? So a level 15 or a 15 base point person can go and like grab a unique rare monster, and that unique rare monster will have an aura, and so you can basically get an aura for free from that rare monster. It's actually been reported that you can get conviction from that combination, which is a bug at the moment, and it has to do with the fact that the aura doesn't re-roll unless the demon is higher than level 19, and this has to do with the soft points. So Aura Enchanted is a soft point 20 ability. The demon, the unique demon, is not a soft point 20 ability. It is a 15 point ability. So if you have between 15 and 19 points and not 20, for some reason or another, it keeps the aura that's on the unique monster because it doesn't actually apply your own aura to the demon at level 20, which makes this an exploit to be able to keep conviction aura. It actually works. Probably something that they're going to patch out, but we'll find out. So basically how this is currently working is there is a soft point bonus and there is a hard point bonus, and depending on which one you want, you have to be able to utilize that specific type. So the 4 soft point bonuses are extra strong, extra fast, spectral hit, and Aura Enchanted. The 4 hard point bonuses are 1 hard point for white mobs, 10 hard points for any champion, 15 hard points for a unique monster, and you need 20 hard points for a super unique, which makes it actually kind of confusing. So if you want Hephaestus as an example, like Hephaestus is a really easy Aura Enchanted monster that you can get access to, became very popular this season because, well, I mean, if you need an aura, you go straight to Hephaestus. Hephaestus always has an aura, you just let him cycle through his auras. Well, if you go and you want to grab Hephaestus, you need 20 hard points. And this is where things just kind of like are all over the place. The 15 unique monster, you need 15 hard points. The champion, you need 10 hard points. And the white mob, you only need 1. However, if you have 10 hard points and you get a champion and you have 20 soft points, then you're going to get an aura applied to the champion. Am I making myself clear? And if you have a 20 soft point bonus and you bind a demon that has an aura, like Conviction Aura, it will overwrite the Conviction Aura with one of the new auras. If you have 20 soft points at all, and you make any monster, it will always roll through Fanaticism, Vigor, Thorns, Concentration, and Holy Freeze. If you don't have 20 points, and you bind a demon who has an aura, it will not roll through the Fanaticism, Vigor, Thorns, Concentration, and Holy Freeze, and instead it will just keep the aura that's on the monster. Like I said, it's complicated. All of this is even further complicated by the fact that like none of it really even matters anymore because the demons are super weak. They just don't survive. So despite the fact that you can do interesting things like grab a unique monster with Conviction Aura, if you're lucky enough to find a unique monster with Conviction Aura, and then if you can keep your bonus points at the right level when you summon him, yeah, like you can grab one. But like then he dies and he's dead. And they die all the time, like every single like freaking 5 seconds. I can barely even keep mine alive. Mana cost reduced when you're binding them. So like before, I don't know if you guys remember, but like you would hold down the button and your mana would just disappear, like entirely. So it would just go away. You're just like, you would right click and it's like, oh, where'd my like 1,000-point mana pool go? Well, that had to do with the fact that it was freaking trying to bind the demon multiple times. We talked about this earlier. It was trying to bind the demon 12.5 times per second, and the cost of binding the demon was actually pretty damn expensive. So like when you multiply that across like 20 mana, it was burning like 250 mana per second, and like within like 10 seconds it was burning like 2,500 mana. Well, they reduced the cost, and they also reduced the frequency at which it binds the target, which basically means that Bind Demon doesn't cost anything anymore. Like, it doesn't actually cost any mana. It's actually relatively cheap. So when you're sitting there for a minute trying to bind a demon, it won't burn up all your mana while you're doing it. It is exceedingly difficult to bind demons now, though. I definitely have to stress that. Like, you go out and you try and bind a demon, and it's going to take you forever. Overall, I understand what they're trying to do with Divine Demons, but it's just really weird. I like the auras that they added. I don't really care about most of the auras that they removed. I know some people are upset about Conviction, but I don't really care. I understand what they're doing with the point, like, expenditure. But the problem is they left the soft point bonus in for Aura Enchanted. And because they left the soft point bonus in for Aura Enchanted, you could just you can still 1-point wonder it. So let me make that absolutely clear. You can still 1-point wonder Bind Demon if you have 19 plus the skills, because then you still get the soft point bonus, and every time you bind a demon, you will still get the aura. So if you're capable of getting 20 soft or 19 soft points in Bind Demon, you can still 1-point wonder it, despite the fact that it's very obvious that the entire purpose of the changes that they made was to prevent you from 1-point wondering the demons. Moving on. Chaos. So the whole chaos tree got like absolutely nerfed and smacked in the dong. I don't even know how to explain it. I actually wrote up like a thing on it. The Miasma Bolt ability, like the Miasma Chain ability, they just I don't know what's going on with any of it, to be perfectly honest. It's clunky and it doesn't work right. They made these changes where they basically took Miasma Bolts and they reduced the delay. They added a delay before the Cloud Missile spawns, which is horrible. The monster almost always moves out of the cloud before it actually damages them now. So unless you find a way to stop their movement entirely, they almost never even get hit by the Miasma Bolt anymore. Like, they have to be standing completely still, and you have to fire multiple Miasma Bolts at them while they're standing completely still, or they take no damage. Because even if you fire one at them and the cloud spawns and they move out of the cloud, they still take no damage because there's like a tick delay problem. And my experience with the Miasma Bolt was it was actually so terrible that unless the monster was deliberately standing still for you and did not move, you basically did like 0 damage with Miasma Bolt. But if you could get the monster to stand still, like, it felt okay. It went from the best like single target ability, like, to it feels way worse now. Like, I don't know what they did to it, but they ruined it. Like, it's garbage now. I don't even think if I built an Abyss character, I don't even think I would use Miasma Bolt anymore, because it's not superior to other options. Miasma Chain. They did a bunch of changes to Miasma Chain. They removed the casting delay, which seems like a good idea, but then they put a limit on the number of active chains to 5, and then they reduced the damage of the ability as well. The clouds have a reduction of 50% of damage, which is awful. They also changed a bunch of stuff in the bug notes down here. It says fixed Miasma Bolt no longer double ticks, so the Miasma Bolt got lowered tremendously. Fixed the chain clouds not to exponentially tick, and then fix the chain clouds to respect next hit delay if they were generated in the same chain. There's no way I can explain this to you without bringing up legendary paint. Okay, we're gonna bring up paint, and I'm gonna explain this to you. So first off, let's draw a chain. So we're going to make the chain black, just so that it's really obvious. All right, so here's our chain. And then let's put our player down. Our player is going to be red. So here's our player. And here is the monster. So we got the monster over here. And then we're going to make the clouds. Okay, so here's the clouds. So when you cast a Miasma Chain, it makes clouds. And each one of these clouds runs along the chain toward the user. All right? So what they did in a nutshell was they made it so that every single one of these miasma clouds is on the same next hit delay. And this is important because when you do this, when you take all of these and you put them on the same next hit delay, oh, you dirty hillbilly. What you're doing is you're making it so that the monster can run from point A to point B with relative ease. So how does this work? If the monster is running in this direction, and every single one of these clouds is on the same next hit delay, the monster runs through the clouds and gets hit by like maybe 2 of the clouds. Because the monster is running so fast that as they run towards you, they get hit by the first one. So they always take the first tick of damage. So if we want to at least point out, they take this tick of damage right here, which is the first miasma cloud. However, that initiates the next hit delay process, which then causes the next cloud to do 0 damage. The next cloud after that does 0 damage. And depending on how fast the monster is moving, the next cloud after that does 0 damage. And then they finally hit the next cloud in the chain, which is after the next hit delay problem. And they might get hit by a second cloud in the chain, at which point they generally reach you entirely before they end up getting hit more than like 2 times, because the monster is moving in the direction of you and then triggering the next hit delay of the chain, which causes each individual cloud in the chain to do nothing, essentially, which makes the chain really, really bad. Another big problem with the chain is that you can't cast the chain to any monster beyond the monster that's directly in front of you. So if I were to cast the chain and there was another monster, for instance, like right here, then the chain would always stop dead right there and would never proceed past that monster. You cannot cast the chain over here. It can only be cast at the closest monster in line of sight of you, which also further complicates matters, because then instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 miasma puddles, you have like 2 or 3 miasma puddles, and then the next hit delay basically makes it so they only get hit 1 time by 1 puddle. Now, the only saving grace to this is that if you have multiple chains, each chain has its own next hit delay. Every miasma puddle in the chain is now linked together, so the monsters are only getting hit like, for instance, if you had 5 chains before and a monster ran at you, they would probably get hit 5 times the number of puddles between you and them, which was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 5. So you're looking at something like, 35, 40 hits, depending on whether they dodged out of them or not, right? Now you're looking at like 5 times 2, which is like maybe if you're lucky, you might get like 10 hits on the monster before they reach you. And most of the time it does like no damage to them whatsoever. The way that they've currently changed miasma chains is not only atrocious and feels clunky and awful, but on top of that, I don't know what's going on with the range of it either, because if you run around to do exactly what they want you to do, because you can't cast on the other side of the monster, right? But if you run around to actually do what they want you to do, the line snaps. Because if you run too far away from the location where you cast the chain, it just cancels the whole spell. And so you can't even run around and actually clothesline anything, because the range of the chain is terrible. You can't cast it on the other side of the monsters to get the chain in the right position. You can't run around to get the chain in the right position. You can't blade warp to get the chain in the right position, because blade warp for some reason breaks the chain immediately. The only thing that apparently works is teleport. Teleport works, but blade warp doesn't. I don't even know why. The cap to the chains. So they basically wanted to make it so that you could very quickly cast the chains instead of having to like have the delay, which is similar to Hydra. And it kinda is okay-ish in the most basic way that it allows you to drop down your chains quickly, but it also costs like 180 some odd mana to drop down 5 chains in an abyss. Like, you literally just burn through every bit of your mana casting the chains, and the chains only last for like 6 seconds. Overall, it seems like they absolutely gutted the miasma tree. Like, does it still work? Sure, I guess, kinda. Like, if you have top-end gear and top-end equipment, negative resistances, like a huge mana pool and faster cast, you're now a mediocre character at best. Congratulations, you've now spent like way too much currency to make your character mediocre. And then the 5 chains cap thing. So the 5 chains cap thing, I can understand why they did it, but it also completely and utterly neuters the proc version, which was actually really good, by the way, and the use of basically any chains on any character other than Warlock. So if you're like a Procazon, for instance, which it actually worked really cool on Procazon, you can't use it on Procazon either, because what happens is it does no damage. So there's 2 things that are causing it to do no damage, and I'll explain myself. The first one is the delay that they added. So they added a delay before the ability actually spawns. So before the cloud spawns, they added this delay. The other thing is that when you cast a chain, it takes that delay to make the clouds. But if you cast a 6th chain, it automatically deletes the first chain, because that's how caps work. Well, because of the delay, you can't get any miasma to actually spawn anymore, and it's even worse than I thought. I thought it was just going to be bad from the perspective of I won't get as many chains, I'll only have 5 chains. But it's even worse from the perspective of you don't even get any actual damage, because the 6th chain immediately deletes the first before the first even spawns a cloud. So you get no clouds. So you can't even do the proc version at all. It's not just neutered, it's dead. The proc version is literally just dead. And then they also changed the... Where is it? It's in here, right here. Enhanced Entropy. Enhanced Entropy is fixed so that the Abyss radius, Miasma radius, and Miasma duration increases with bonus skill levels, soft points, instead of base skill points. I tested it. It doesn't work. I tested Abyss with it, and I tested Abyss without it. I tested with hard points, and I tested it with soft points, and it doesn't work. Like, the Abyss range is definitely larger with hard points than it is with soft points. It is very extremely obvious if you go test it. If you just go out in the wild and you just use an Abyss next to a monster with hard points versus using an Abyss next to the monster with soft points, it doesn't work. So I was kind of excited for this one because it made it a little bit easier to actually build the Miasma character without having to invest 80 points. But it looks like it doesn't work at the moment, so hopefully they fix it. Overall, I would not recommend playing a Miasma character, like, if they put these patches through. I don't think it's going to be enjoyable. Will it work? Yes, it'll work. It'll be the most mediocre experience of your life. That's what my girlfriend said. Just not fun. And it's not even just that it's not fun, it's awkward. It's like it literally feels like you're just doing this weird dance for no reason that just doesn't really give you much benefit. Like, you can see what they're trying to get you to do, but you can't do it. Like, you can't reliably do it without like an Enigma armor on to teleport. I hate to say it, but if you want to use the Miasma chains and you actually want to use them effectively, like, the only real effective way to use them at the moment is to cast 5 of them and then teleport on the other side of the enemy, because you can't blade warp and you can't use anything else, because the only thing that works is teleport. And even then, you can't teleport too far away, because if you teleport too far away, the chains immediately disintegrate, and that's because there's a leash, like, limit on them that needs to be removed. Moving on from Miasma Bolts, because Miasma's stupid. I'm really upset that they even bothered to mess with Miasma, because there was nothing wrong with it. I think that's the thing that bothers me the most, is that there was nothing wrong with the Miasma tree. It was perfectly fine as it was. It wasn't the most amazing thing, and it wasn't the worst thing. And it was just middle ground, like, decent build. Now it's, like, trash. I don't know how to explain it. They didn't touch Abyss though. Abyss is still amazing. Have fun sucking monsters off. I know you guys like sucking monsters off, and I know how I said it. I'm well aware. Um, Lethargy got its damage taken removed stat removed, so it no longer actually lowers physical damage. It still lowers attack speed. It still lowers run walk speed. It still lowers enemy defense. It's still fairly effective as a curse, but it's not as good as it once was. I think it's still worth using. I don't really know why they removed the damage taken stat entirely. They could have just lowered it. I don't know. Like 25% would have been acceptable. I don't know why they had to just completely remove it. The Ring of Fire nerf being similar to Frost Nova damage was a huge nerf. I don't even know why they did it. Like, it wasn't the most amazing skill. It didn't do the most amazing damage. It wasn't challenging Nova or, like, any other ability for, like, the king of the AoE abilities. And the knockback, although useful in certain situations, was kind of annoying. I don't really know why they nerfed that one at all. I'd love to hear the logic on why they felt the Ring of Fire needed a nerf when it's not even really one of the best abilities in that tree. Like, it's kind of crazy because, like, this is objectively one of the best abilities in the tree. Didn't get touched, by the way. Didn't get touched. Flame Wave got a tiny little imperceptible nerf of like 15% damage. Ring of Fire got absolutely donked on. And it didn't need to be donked on. I don't know why. I don't know why they donked on it like that. It just doesn't even make any sense. It's like, I don't know. Like, I guess maybe it was overpowered in early game, as Jason says. Echoing Strike. Yay, Echoing Strike. Echoing Strike got absolutely nerfed into the dirt. The physical portion, at the very least. So the physical portion is completely, like, stunted. Like, it basically does, like, no physical damage anymore. If you still want to build the physical version, you could. I don't know why you would, especially since Mirrored Blades is just a superior version with less skill points. The physical version now requires 20, 40, 60, and you would probably also need 80 for Levitation Mastery to really max it out. I don't know why you would ever invest 80 points into Echoing Strike anymore with the physical version, because it's just not amazing. You could, however, very easily still build the Hexbane version, which works just fine and always has worked well. In fact, it's been one of the best builds for Echoing Strike anyway, is literally just build Echoing Strike and then build Hexbane or Hex Purge alongside of it to get massive amounts of magic damage, and it still works just fine in that particular respect. Does the physical version work? It still works, like, ish, but it's not amazing, and I just don't really think it's worth the skill point investment anymore. Unfortunately, Echoing Strike just really doesn't have much identity left. They stripped it of just about every single form of identity that it had. It can no longer use ethereal items because the items break. It no longer has massive amounts of damage. It doesn't Crushing Blow. It doesn't open wounds. It doesn't do anything, really. It doesn't proc effects. It's like the most mediocre skill that ever existed now. I mean, it was always missing like a large number of things that it could do before, but now it just doesn't do any of those things, and it also sucks. It's like the worst combination of a physical skill that is a weapon attack and a spell that is a, you know, like actual like spell ability. It's like somebody took the worst of spells and the worst of melee attacks and crushed them together in an aluminum foil ball and shined it up and handed it to people. I wouldn't even recommend using it anymore, but if you did want to use it, you could still run it with Hex Purge or Hex Bane. It is still functional, but it's not like super broken like it was before. Eldritch Blast got a tiny a life stealer nerf. I don't really know why. It says made static at 5%, but I swear it still says that it's it still says that it's 20%. By the way, they definitely have some tooltip issues. I'll tell you what. Cody's always beating up my green screen. And it's such a non-thing. Like it still does pretty well if you're trying to use it for life leech. Terror Zones, Sunder Charms. Oh my god, this one's such a freaking weird change. So let's get to the weird, shall we? We've gotten to the weird. So if you played previously in the previous version of the game before this patch, you know that the best way to get a Sunder Charm is to get heralds, or Harries as we like to call them. And to get heralds, the best way to do that is to stay in the same game and to farm terror zones in that same game, because they have tiers, right? So there are tiers to the heralds. There are tiers 1 to 3, 4, and 5. The bonus chance was only on the tier 4 and the tier 5 before. And this basically made it so that if you wanted to get a Sunder Charm, you were most likely going to need to stay in a game for a while to invest in that game. They had added these items into the game, specifically these wooden worldstone shards. The worldstone shards act 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, right? And they're specifically designed around the idea of being able to spawn terror zones and stay in the same game and get as many heralds as you possibly can for as many chances as a Sunder Charm as you can get. I don't know what to say other than, like, take that, crumple it up into a little ball, throw it behind you like this, because it's dead knowledge at this point. This is gone. So how they changed it is they changed it in the dumbest way humanly possible. So instead of staying in the same game, instead of using your worldstone shards, instead of actually investing into a game and having fun clearing terror zones, now the best way to get heralds to spawn is just simply to leave and come back. So one of the things that they did, and you can see it written right here, is they have the intent is for the player to have a very high chance of seeing both a tier 1 and a tier 2 herald in a single terrorized zone. This change right here made it so that the tier 1 and the tier 2 herald, so the tier 1 and tier 2 Harrys, spawn instantly. And when I say instantly, I mean like you walk into the zone, you kill like 5 monsters, and there will be a herald on top of you almost instantaneously. Herald number 1 and Herald number 2 spawn right away. However, Herald number 3 doesn't spawn. Herald number 4 also doesn't spawn. Herald number 5 also doesn't spawn. It's the weirdest freaking thing ever, is that they applied a buff to the tier 1 and the tier 2 heralds, and only the tier 1 and the tier 2 heralds. And that buff is so good that the monsters literally spawn almost instantaneously upon joining a terror zone, and then nothing else spawns. Like, nothing else spawns. Like, you can literally farm like 4 or 5 zones, and you will not get like a tier 3. And then finally, maybe on like the 6th zone, you'll see the tier 3 spawn eventually at some point at its leisure. And the same thing goes for the tier 4, and the same thing goes for the tier 5. Now, this wouldn't be so much of an issue if they hadn't also made this change right here. Where is it? Yeah, here it is, right here. The increased drop chance of latent Sunder Charms now starts at Herald Tier 2 instead of Tier 4. This means that instead of the Tier 4 monster getting the special bonus for Sunder Charms, the Tier 2 one is, which is the one that spawns instantly. So the Tier 2 one has the special bonus. Which leads to the dumbest gameplay loop ever. You know what you do now? You join a game, you go straight to the terror zone, you kill a couple monsters, the tier 1 herald spawns, the tier 2 herald spawns, you kill the tier 2 herald, you get the special bonus, and you leave. And you never kill any other heralds, because it's stupid. Why would you ever kill any other heralds when you can get the special bonus instantaneously from the tier 2, which invalidates any kind of investment that you would make in the game. It invalidates the worldstone shards. It invalidates everything, essentially. And it gets even worse than this. So this isn't even the terriblest thing about them. So the special bonus monsters have a special bonus drop table. The special bonus drop table says that, and very clearly, if a latent Sunder Charm fails to drop, there will be an increased chance of dropping something desirable instead, like a charm, an amulet, a jewel, a ring, or something of that nature. Well, in the couple days that we've been farming, we have noticed that not only do they drop special items, but they drop them repeatedly over and over and over again to a degree which is absolutely ridiculous. Within one day, we had like 8 or 9 rainbow facets. Within one day, we had like 1,000 amulets drop because the amulets are forced into the table. And it started dropping like 2 and 3 set amulets at a time. 2 unique amulets at a time. It was literally just dropping amulets, jewels, rings all over the place to the point of absurdity. Like, we literally had so many unique amulets and unique rings drop, and 11 facets Leon had. I had several facets. I had 2 facets, and I wasn't even deliberately trying to exploit it. It's absolutely ridiculous what they did to the drop table, because the Act 2, the Tier 2 Herald has this, like, broken drop table where he basically just force drops amulets, rings, jewels, and charms. And it's stupid. Like, it's absolutely stupid. Yeah, you're going to get like a 30 Maras for like a Lem rune. High Lords are going to be like a freaking Ral rune. You're going to be able to get like freaking unique 5/5 lightning facets for like a Ko. And it's absolutely insane, the sheer number of like injections into the drop table that this line right here has caused. It's absolutely stupid. It would completely just like ruin the economy on any amulet, any ring, any jewel. Like, they would just be dirt cheap, and everybody would have like an infinite number of them, like almost instantly. So not only did they make it so that the heralds are basically just completely useless to farm now. Like, you don't need to farm any of these. These are useless. You just leave and join. That's all you got to do now. Just leave, join, kill 2 heralds, leave, join, kill 2 heralds, leave, join, kill 2 heralds, leave, go and shoot, kill 2 heralds. Freaking item find barbarian's going to be like raining items. I would imagine that the way that this system works, similar to when the Sunder Charms launched and the item find barbarian had like 1,000,000 Sunder Charms, the item find barbarian is probably going to have like 1,000,000 jewels, 1,000,000 amulets, 1,000,000 rings, because he can literally just force an extra one to pop out of the Tier 2 Herald. So he's going to have like 3 amulets drop, and then he's going to hork it, and then 3 more amulets are going to drop out. That's how ridiculous it is. The whole entire thing is just really freaking weird. And then the Sunder Charms are super easy to get now. Like, if you farm them, if you just sit there and you farm the Sunder Charms, you're going to get them. Because you can get unlimited number of Tier 2 Heralds, and you just keep killing the Tier 2 Heralds, and eventually you're going to get many, many Sunder Charms. They're going to be just as common, if not more common, than Reign of the Warlock. I know they have this line in here where it says, while still keeping charms rarer than pre-Reign of the Warlock drop rates, but that's complete bullshit. That is not true. Because, to be honest, that with the way that they have it set up, and as soon as people understand the meta, and as soon as the bots understand the meta, and as soon as everyone gets into pace of literally just running these Tier 2 Heralds over and over again, you'll have like an infinite number of Sunder Charms throughout the community. There will be no shortage of Sunder Charms whatsoever. Then there's also this line right here. So not only did they make Sunder Charms like super duper 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 easy, but they also made it so that regular monsters can now drop Sunder Charms. And what this does is it changes the entire meta, so people who are farming like Mephisto, or you're just running through the game, it also basically makes it so that you can actually find Sunder Charms as you're just leveling up and you're not actually like have beaten the game yet. It's really weird. I've actually already heard of several people saying they were farming Mephisto and they found like 3 or 4 Sunder Charms already farming Mephisto. So So, like, if you have any doubt whether the Thunder Charms with the current changes are going to be, like, super duper ridiculously common, yeah, they're going to be ridiculously common. Not only will you be able to sit there and farm the Tier 2 Herald over and over and over again with the way they currently have it set up, but you're also just going to find them randomly throughout the world with regular Magic Find. I don't know what the exact TC class is on them, but I would assume they're probably somewhere around the same drop rate as, like, a Geeds, which is not very rare. Like, I usually find like 4 or 5 of those every season. They're not very good, but I usually find about 4 or 5 of them every season. And then they did the same thing with the Colossal Ancient statues, which they made it so the Colossal Ancient statues no longer drop from terrorized zones. So you can get them from regular bosses as well. So you can get the Thunder Charms from regular bosses, regular monsters. You can get the Colossal Ancient statues from regular bosses in general. Which, I mean, maybe the Colossal Ancient statues were a little more on the rare side because they came specifically from bosses, and I'm not entirely like upset with this change. I think that actually might be a good one, but this one is stupid, especially considering they already have this in here, which is going to make them super common anyway. I mean, the overall change to the Terror Zones seems small at first glance until you realize that it completely changes the meta in every way, shape, and form to the point where you no longer farm the Terror Zones in the same way that you did previously. I don't know about you guys, but I liked the way that the Terror Zones were previously. I liked investing into the game. I liked getting the multiple heralds, and all I really wanted was the heralds to spawn more often, not for them to do this. Like, I don't know what this is, but it's crap. Like, and this is super crap. Like, these two things together right here are nothing more than, like, throwing loot at the player and hoping they shut up. Like, here, have 1,000 rings, amulets, and charms, and jewels, and shut up and leave us alone and stop complaining. And then, so what's the point? What's the point of these anymore, right? So what's the point of the Tier 3, the Tier 4, and the Tier 5 Herald anymore? There's no point. There's no point whatsoever. They're basically worthless. They don't. You would never actually farm them, because if you try to farm them, it takes forever to farm them, and it's a waste of time. If you could just leave the game and get 2 more heralds almost instantaneously, why would you spend another like hour trying to farm a Tier 3, Tier 4, or Tier 5 herald? And it's stupid because there was nothing wrong with the original system, and this just completely upends the original system and throws it in the trash can. Like, these guys are thrown in the trash can, basically. They have no purpose anymore. The entire purpose of these, which was to spawn Terror Zones, why would you even need to use these anymore, except for maybe just the EXP? Or to craft your renewed Thunder Charms. Like, they're basically useless for the purpose of actually making Terror Zones now. They added these things, and now, like, why would you use them when you can just do this? I just don't understand the changes that they're doing to the heralds. I don't understand any of this stuff. I think it's trash. I think the whole thing's trash, to be honest. I think this is trash. I think this is trash. I think this is trash. Like, they got to find another way to ramp up the quality of the heralds. I mean, maybe if they took this one away, where the special drop chance was not on the Tier 2 Herald, maybe that change might be, like, halfway decent. But because this is here, because the special drop chance for the Latent Thunder Charm is on the Tier 2 Herald, there's no reason to farm the Tier 3 one. Why would you ever farm the Tier 3 one when the Tier 2 one has a special drop chance? Why would you ever waste time getting to the Tier 3, the 4, or the 5, when you can just leave and rejoin? It's dumb. The Colossal Ancients, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I never even checked these guys. They were so weak to begin with, you could literally fart on them and they would die. I mean, they buffed them up a tiny bit in defensive power, and they apparently made Talic do more damage, but, like, somehow I just don't really think this is going to make any difference. WASD. I actually never checked out WASD. I never checked it out. I checked it out the first time they did it, and I liked it. And I was upset that they took it away. But here, let's check it out right now. I totally forgot. Yeah, it's still there. I mean, let's see if the bug still exists. So there was a bug in the game where you would, like, if you, like, picked up an item off the ground or whatever, and you, like, ran around, it would, like, bug out your character or something. It looks like that's gone. Yeah, it looks like that's gone. Yeah, so it looks like they fixed the WASD bug. I need to make sure I bind that and use that as my defaults from now on, because I actually like the WASD in the game. Bug fixes. Akmel the Curse can no longer be bound by Bind Demon. That was the Act 2 Herodrum. That was the Act 2 Herodrum. Should have been bindable in the first place. Fix the slow tainted damage to increase the Blood Boil synergy. So this one's huge. The Blood Boil character's nuts. Like, I actually did a Blood Boil character. I played around with it this season, and I was actually really surprised with how good it was. And then when I heard that they were fixing the synergy, so the synergy actually worked, I did a Blood Boil version with that, and I played around with like the Tainted. You can get like 30k freaking fireball damage from your Tainted, and you can have 3 of them, and you can literally teleport around and murder things with like 3 times 30k, which is like 90,000 damage per fireball, and then it's like 90,000 damage times like 2.77 or whatever cast per second, or I don't know what their cast speed is exactly, but it's a lot. It's like at least 2 fireballs per second, so it's like 180,000 damage a second for your Tainted. I tested it on Uber Diablo. I tested it on some other monsters. With just a plague sword, which is probably best in slot for this build, by the way. If you get a plague dagger with like +3 Tainted, that's probably best in slot with 2 skills. So that's +5 to your Tainted, and then it has the lower res proc. With just lower res proc, I absolutely effing annihilated Uber Diablo. And I didn't even use Conviction, which Conviction is obviously what you would want as well. I did do some significant testing on Tainted to actually test and see what benefited them and what didn't, so you guys can make those decisions when it comes to the next season if you want to do the Taint Lock. I'm patenting that, by the way. It's a Taint Lock. You call it a Taint Lock. I don't care. So the Taint Lock, the Tainted ability is not a very useful ability in terms of like what you can do with it. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I tested just about everything. Plus fire skills does not affect it unless they fix it. So if you have things like Flickering Flame or you have like Mage Fist, they don't work. Plus fire skill damage doesn't work. Don't know why it's not classified as a fire skill, I guess. I actually postulated that it might be classified as a lightning skill because Tainted are actually lightning monsters, but I didn't actually test it yet. Negative fire resistance. I did some conclusive testing to figure out whether negative fire resistance from equipment actually affects the Tainted, and it does not. If you sacrifice one of the Tainted and the Tainted give you negative fire res and plus fire skill damage, that also does not apply to the Tainted. The only thing that seems to apply to the Tainted is plus the skills, demon skills, negative resistance in the form of lower resistance, and conviction. Those are like the only things that help out this thing. So you want massive amounts of plus to skills, and you want a massive amount of negative resistance in the form of conviction aura and lower resistance, probably infinity and plague sword. You could also potentially use a pus spitter and beard blades early on because that gives you lower res proc. That would probably be a solid budget item for this build if you wanted to build it. I've actually done it before the synergy, and I loved it. After the synergy, it's absolutely bonkers. It does so much freaking damage. To give you an idea of the difference between the two, before the synergy, this was like 5,000 per fireball. And times 3, which was like 15k per fireball volley, essentially. Maybe like 30k per second, which wasn't the most amazing thing in the world. Now it's like almost 30,000 damage per fireball, which is, what is that, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It's like 6 times the damage that it was before. Taint Lock is probably going to be the new meta for next season. It's actually kind of insane. It does have issues with fire immunes. There are ways you can bypass those issues. You can just simply summon some Goatmen to deal with it. As a Taint Lock, you're going to have maximum demonic mastery anyway, so your Goatmen are going to be pretty damn powerful. You don't really use a Bind Demon because you want 3 Tainted. You can also use 2 Tainted and a Defiler, which is a halfway decent combo as well. And then on top of that, you also get access to Blood Boil if you want it. So if you do want to beef up Blood Boil, you do have to put 20 points in the Blood Boil to actually make it work. So you can do a Tainted Blood Boil build, but to get the full synergy for Blood Boil, you do have to invest an extra 20 points into Blood Oath, and I think it's 20 points into Engorge, depending on which side you want to go. My suggestion would be you do Blood Oath, because Blood Oath increases the physical side. And that way your blood boil does physical damage so that you have an alternative type of damage to your fire damage. But it is a very powerful build. It's also very fun. It's just very fun in general. I don't have the version set up right now that I can show you, the new one, but there's some I'm sure there's some footage on my previous testing from yesterday you can watch. You literally just like teleport around. You don't even have to teleport. You can just blade warp. Blade warp works just fine, and it's actually better because if you're using the plague sword, you want to get hit and you want to proc the resistance, the lower resistance aura. So the plague sword actually works surprisingly well with the build. If you're using blade warp, you put yourself in harm's way, you get hit, you proc the lower res, and you deal massive amounts of damage as a result. And then you also have your minion, which Blade Warp also teleports your minion. So if you're using a Conviction or a minion, you teleport him in there, and he also does massive amounts of damage. It actually works really, really, really freaking well, and it's super fun. Moving on to the next one. Echoing Strike is a lot of stuff in here about Echoing Strike. I already talked about it briefly, but let me go over it like one more time. They nerfed it like 6 ways. It's like 6 different ways. They nerfed the additive to multiply to additive damage. They nerfed the fact that it didn't have attack rating. It now has attack rating. They nerfed the not incurring durability on loss of a weapon. They took away the cursed 75%, brought it down to 5%. They took away the physical damage reduction from the sigil lethargy. I mean, they hit it every single way they could possibly hit it, and then they threw a damage nerf on top of it, like brought it down from 5% synergy to 3% synergy. It's really, really nerfed. They also adjusted the Western Worldstone Shard drop chance to be more in line with the other shards. If you guys noticed, the Western shards were dropping way more often. And speaking of dropping way more often, they also talked in here about how specific things like the shards were only dropping more often in higher player counts. So you see right here it says increased chance to drop latent thunder charms from heralds is no longer heavily modified by player counts. And there should be another one in here. The chance to drop Worldstone shards is no longer modified by player count. So what this means is that before, if you were trying to farm Worldstone shards, or you were trying to farm, which doesn't matter anyway, because Worldstone shards are like basically useless now. They have like one use, which is to create your renewed thunder charms. But anyway, the Worldstone shards are super common now in the fact that, like, before, if you wanted a lot of them, you would go to player 8, and they dropped all the time. Now, the same drop rate for players 8 is also in players 1. So you're going to get tons of Worldstone shards, just like the people who were farming in players 8. As it was before, like, it was untenable. Like, you couldn't actually maintain your runs. I mean, not that you need to maintain your runs anymore, but you'll be able to maintain your runs that you're not doing. And then the Thunder Charm drop chance apparently was increased for lower player count as well. So that was apparently something that was a big thing as well. Like the P8 users were seeing a lot more Thunder Charms, and the P1 users weren't. Now the P1 users have the same drop chance for the Thunder Charms as the P8 users. Again, I don't even know if it really matters because it seems like the Thunder Charms are going to be super duper common. Today I wanted to do some more testing. I'm not sure exactly what I want to check out, but I definitely want to check out some more stuff. Overall, my feelings on this patch are bad. I feel like it's like 65% bad stuff or stuff that didn't need to be changed. Maybe like 10% just straight up weird things that I don't even know why they even went, why. And then like the rest of the percentage is good stuff. Like, there are good things about the patch, and I think I've glared heavily on some of the good things that they potentially did. But, like, there's also a lot of really stupid and bad, weird things that they did as well. Like, hopefully the developers watch this video, because I feel like I was very thorough in discussing just about everything that I could potentially discuss here. I mean, and if they wanted to ask me some questions, like, contact me and ask me questions, I would go into detail on a lot of the stuff, because I'm going to say this as plainly as I possibly can. I feel like you had a really good patch with Reign of the Warlock, and I feel like you're just fucking it up. Full stop. You're just completely screwing it up. Like this is like a lot of this is literally just you taking what you did that was good and throwing it away, which is just really freaking weird. Anyway, that's the end of this video. I've been ranting for like an hour and 3 minutes. As always, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the content, and keep watching. All right, guys, I'm finished recording.
Hey.
That was like an hour freaking state of the PTR. Ah, dang. I think I was pretty thorough. I think I covered everything. Leon's like, now I got 11 jewels.
Yeah. I dropped a Mars. I got some, like, the loot is insane. It's too strong.
Of course it is. They're dropping like 2 to 3 amulets every time you kill them. It's ridiculous.
Who's that?
Who's who?
What are y'all killing for the ambulance?
We're in the public test room. Are you on the public test room?
Oh, no.
Maybe I should make a public test room voice chat so people know that we're in public test room.
What is even this buying demon change? I have hit Hephaestus at like 2%, and I'm sitting here for like 3 minutes. It just will not capture my Pokemon.
Hey, dude, I have seen it too. Like, I've seen sometimes where it happens like within like 10 to 15 seconds, which is still atrocious, by the way. And then sometimes it's like you sit there for like a minute and a half, and it's like it just will not do it. I'm going to move us into the D2R PTR channel so everybody knows we're in. So people actually know we're in the public test room.
Dude, holding this button down is so annoying.
Have you noticed also that it doesn't like continue to actually work?
Yeah.
It's one of the things that kind of pisses me off is it seems like it's stopping. Like it goes for a couple seconds and then it stops and then it goes for a couple seconds and then it stops. Like it doesn't actually stay active.
They just need to make it a channel, dude. They did this in WoW like 30 years ago. The Hunter channel.
I mean, I don't like the entire process. Like I don't like risking my life essentially for what is, because like you have to make sure this monster doesn't die. You have to not kill it, right? You have to kill all the other monsters around it. You have to not die yourself in the process of trying to capture this monster, and then like the whole thing is just stressful already. And then they're like, all right, it's gonna take a minute, and you're like, wait, what? It's gonna take a minute.
Dude, it's way longer than a minute at this point.
I don't like that at all.
This is not a 27%. This is not a 1 in 4 chance. The lies have been spewed.
Well, I mean, it's
1 in 4.
It's the
3
sheer.
minutes,
It's the rate.
later.
The rate is bad. Like it's once per second is all it's gonna try to actually like.
Okay, if that was true though, it'd only take me 4 seconds because I have a 27% chance.
If only chances actually worked that way. If only they actually worked that way.
Just recasting is the way. Like you can hold it down, or you can or just spam cast it. I don't even know. I've been holding it down. Let's see if I just spam them. 500 chain cast later.
I mean, technically, it only actually attempts on the fifth. The fifth attack, the 24th frame. So if you just tap, it probably won't even attempt to grab them. That would be my guess.
Ah.
Because it's not actually attempting until the 24th frame. You would have to go like 1/1000 let go, 1/1000 let go, 1/1000 let go, or something. I don't know.
I have one. It's not even the one I want, but I just want to see what if they live with investment. What a holy freeze one is what I want.
I feel like this is a God, are we just repeating history at this point, Leon? You remember when they did the Diablo, like the beta or whatever, and it was like okay, it wasn't like the worst thing ever, and I think people enjoyed it. And then they did the season 1 patch, and it was just weird, and nobody liked it. It feels like that's what this is. It feels like we're in the season 1 patch for Diablo 4 all over again. Like it's weird, and like nobody likes it. 27% chance my butt. It's more like 2.7% chance.
Yeah, it feels like 2.7.
Alright, I'm gonna post this video, guys. It'll be up in a little bit. You guys can, I know you guys were here for it already, but if you could hit the like button and comment, that would be great. God, freaking Cody burned the hell out of my hand earlier. Landlord was over doing some work on the house, and he just freaking takes off. And I had to, he doesn't have a leash, but he's got like a tether, so he doesn't like run in the street and get hit by cars, which he loves to do, by the way. Ever seen a dog who loves to run in the street and get beat up by cars? He's like, hello, car. Oh, why would you do that? That's rude. I'm trying to say hi to you. Y'all think I'm joking. He got hit by a car once, walked right back out in the street. He was going to get hit by the car again. We didn't want to put him on a tether, but there was like no other choice. He just doesn't know how to freaking not jump over the fence and get hit by cars. And he's big as crap, too. What's up, Wild Bill? Thanks for the raid, man. I appreciate it. Let me give you a shout out. I'm so lazy, I like never do raids because I'm always so tired by the time I finish. Like the thought of an extra couple seconds, like dumping all my viewers off on somebody else. It's tiring.
You got to remember who rated you and do pay back. You know, pay the favor back. Now
Freaking
you gotta keep a list.
Barricade rated me with like 223 viewers the other day.
Oh, that's cool.
It was like right at the end of my stream though. It was I was like at 11 hours and 20 minutes. I think they were in there for like 40 minutes before I hopped off. I was dying. I've been up like all day. Exactly. See, Wild Bill. I've been up almost the whole day. See, he knows. He knows. All right. So that is up. I'm just gonna go ahead and publish it. It's not finished processing yet, but I don't care. That way, it's ready and it's up there. I'm gonna go ahead and post a link to it on my social media accounts real quick, and then we're gonna get started with some more testing today. Is there anything specific that you guys would like to see me test? Now is a good time to say it. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Certainly have a fire sunder for you.
Some more taint locks. Taint. I already tested the taint lock. It's going to be OP. And why am I going to pass up on a chance to just, like, completely annoy Chunks the entire... Chunks was so mad at you, too. He was like, effing Leon.
Enabling.
He's like, every single time you only speak, the only reason you speak is to say the word taint. Dude, he was on it. We had him going like a freaking fire hurricane.
He was just making it worse for himself.
Oh, it was so great. We love you, Chunks, if you're listening. Come back.
Yeah, come look at our colonoscopy.
Come look at our taint. What?
You're gonna get a sponsor from those people that send the colonoscopy test to your doorstep.
I can just hear Chunks. I can already hear him in my head right now. Y'all are disgusted. I was trying to figure out what the taint actually is. Apparently it's not the butthole. It's the part of the fur that touches the butthole that gets all like absolutely disgusting. So like you ever look at a bunny rabbit on the back of the bunny rabbit, like his tail's all brown. Like the part of his tail essentially that is like tainted. That's tainted. So that's the taint, is the part of his tail that is touching the bad spot, not the actual bad spot. It's kind of an interesting, like, completely unneeded bit of information that you have learned today. Congratulations. Go tell your mom. She'll be like, where did you learn that from? You're never watching Ginger Gaming Mentor again. Ginger Gaming foul mouth.
Very curious about that.
Do you feel that increasing the center drops on top of fixing the herald spawns was too much of a correction? I feel like they completely broke the game to like, it's like, hey mom, the drink dispenser in the refrigerator is broken. Can we fix it? Sure, honey. Brings home like a freaking Kool-Aid man that like is in your room pouring drink for you all day long. Like you have your own personal Kool-Aid man. You're like, but mom, the drink dispenser in the refrigerator still doesn't work. Shut up, honey. Just drink your Kool-Aid. Like they didn't fix the issue. All they did was they just completely bypassed the issue. Like the issue is still there. They didn't fix anything. Sorry, I'm very passionate about this. They didn't fix anything. All they did was they bypassed the issue and they just shoved like a toy in your hand and was like, shut up, honey. Eat your vegetables. Like, here, have the Snickers bar. Like they didn't fix anything. That's the stupid part. There's no actual fix involved. Poor Miasma and Abyss. Like, I don't know what the hell they did with Miasma and Abyss. They absolutely destroyed that ability. Bone Spear on the Necromancer is better than freaking Abyss at this point. What am I doing today? Maggot Lair? We're doing Maggot Lair. Let's go. Oh, you know what I didn't talk about? Dang it. I did a freaking hour-long video, and I didn't talk about how the herald spawned directly on your head.
Oh, republish.
I actually don't really mind it as much. I mean, yeah, they kill you. It's actually kind of fun and scary at the same time. Like, they just drop right on your head, and it's freaking scary as all get out. I think the people that would really care about it are the hardcore players. I think those are the ones that are gonna not like it. But, I mean, I honestly don't really even care they spawn on your head. I think it's freaking hilarious. How is the PTR so far? Says Colonel Makepeace. I literally just did an hour-long video going over the entire PTR and everything in it. If you want to watch that for a detailed explanation, I just posted it on my YouTube channel. You watch it at 2 times speed, so it's only 30 minutes. And but I mean, if you want a short answer, I give you a short answer. It's jank. That's my official verbiage. It's jank. There's some good, there's some bad, but like it's like 60% jank, like 30% weird, and like 10% good. I think if I had to choose, like if somebody sat me down and was like, choose between this version and the version that you currently have, I think I'm keeping the version I currently have. Like, you know, I was kind of making fun of people for being like, you know what, I'm not gonna update. I'm gonna keep the original version, and I'm just gonna find a way to not update. I was making fun of you guys. I think I'm in your camp now. I think I changed sides. I'm on the I don't want to update side now. Like, there's some good things in here I'd like the fix to the mana health potions for warlocks and like some of the other like good changes. But there's too many weird janky changes. I don't like it. I don't want the update. I'm on the veto the patch side now. Make room for me on the veto the patch side, guys. I'm coming. I'm bringing beef jerky and chips. Oh, and I got some of these leftover Reese's eggs from Easter. It's testing. They need numbers. Yeah, and I tested and I gave my feedback. I am allowed to be passionate about the public test round. You cannot tell me that I cannot be passionate. I'm gonna start talking like a 50s creature from the TV show station. And they changed the heralds, and the spawn rate was increased. But they didn't change the tier 3, or the tier 4, or the tier 5, and they let them lament in the suffering of the ages. And only the tier 2 would be loved from this day forth. And the amulets did rain, and the jewels did rain, and the rings did rain from the sky, for it was the time of the plenty. The Chaos Armor. The Armor of Chaos. I got the triangles. Bunch of junk. Oh, look, I killed my tier 2 herald, so leave. Don't you guys like this new gameplay loop? Kill your tier 2 herald and leave. What are you doing? Why are you still in the game? Why are you still invested? Why are you still playing? Leave. What are you doing? Leave. Tier 2 herald's dead. Go. Get out of here. That's it. That's your best farm in the whole game right there. Who needs Mephisto? Who needs Andariel?
You don't even need teleport to do it, though.
Why nerf Andariel if you're just going to make the tier 2 herald drop 1,000 rings and amulets, literally to the point where the tier 2 herald drops 3 unique amulets at the same time? What was the purpose of nerfing Andariel if you were just going to, like, make Andariel Mark II?
The thing I will say is, since they're dropping so much jewelry, if you stayed in one game, you might be able to target farm some rings and stuff, like the high-end things.
Look at that crazy freaking Dujank I just found. Too bad this is the public test realm and where the points are made up and it don't matter, but I just found a +1 lightning skiller with 12% faster hit recovery. That's some freaking bank right there if I was online. I'm sorry, what'd you say? I was conveniently distracted by the charm.
Well, you know how the rule is you drop 1 unique item per game of that unique. So if you did do a full Herald game, you might be able to get some rings and amulets that are rare. It might actually like be doable now, you know? Some of those games where we drop like 5 unique rings,
it depends.
now it's gonna happen all the time.
Well, it depends if all of the heralds have the same special drop chance, or if it's just the tier 2 herald that has that special drop chance. I'm assuming they all do. That's my assumption.
I think they all do after 2 and up, because they all have that injected table, and then it's like if it fails to drop this under, then drop you know, amulet, you know.
Dude, Sojas are going to be common. Be prepared for Ral Rune Sojas, guys. Like if this change stays in the game, Ral Rune Sojas are coming. That's what you're going to get. Everybody gets a Soj. You get a Soj, you get a Soj, Mom gets a Soj, you get a Facet, you get a High Lords, you get a Maras. Like who needs a 25 Maras? Who needs a 28 Maras? Like perfect Maras are going to be like a co-rune with this patch. Like you're going to have a perfect 30 Maras for like a co-rune. Maybe even less than that, actually. I don't know. Like, I haven't seen, like, the full scale of this across an entire community. But I can only imagine that an entire community taking advantage of the Tier 2 Herald, basically exploit, is going to almost completely and utterly ruin any value for jewels, unique rings, unique amulets, set amulets, or pretty much anything of that variety that has any value. Maybe even blue amulets. Like, you're probably just going to have, like, 1,000 blue amulets dropping as well. So, +3 of the life everlastings and all sorts of other stuff. Like, they basically just artificially injected it into the table. So, they just drop, like, freaking, like, 2 to 3 amulets at the same time. Or 2 to 3 jewels at the same time. Or 2 to 3 charms at the same time. Or 2 to 3 rings at the same time.
Yeah, we haven't even got a Horker, and we need someone to boost the power up.
So, Leon points it out every time I say it. They don't technically spawn on you. So maybe I need to adjust my verbiage. But they do technically spawn on you if you are a melee character. Like, if you're a range character, they spawn where you killed the champion that spawned the herald. If you're a melee character and you were in melee range when you killed the champion or elite or whatever that spawned the herald, then yes, they are spawning directly on you because you're standing where the champion died. And you can move out of the way, and you should move out of the way if you are fast enough. So the moment that you hear the sound effect, you should immediately run. But if you don't, well, you're dead. I mean, that's pretty much all
if
there
you're
is to
old
it.
like us, you're going to forget. Like, after a 10-hour play session, you're like, oh, I'm just playing. Oh, no.
Dude, there's so many times I get distracted and I don't realize it in time and I just die. Like, there's nothing I can do about it.
That's going to happen all the time
All
if
the
it stays
time.
that way.
All the time.
We die and live.
Oh, I'm going to be dead all the time. Especially in the maggot layer where they got me. They spawned all around me in the tunnel and I couldn't get out. So I was just stuck in there. And then I panicked like an idiot and didn't even use my teleport.
They do seem more dangerous, too. I don't know what they changed there. They hit really hard, but it also might just be this garbage character they gave us.
Well, I mean, their
understand.
damage scales up by tier. Maybe the tier 2 one is the equivalent of a tier 4 one now.
Maybe.
I don't even know if I got 2 heralds in this game yet. I wasn't paying attention.
What if the devs have posted on the forums? Horrible streamer. Attitude. On the forum post.
Me. It's me, guys. It's me. I'm the horrible streamer.
No, he's talking about llama. Oh, man.
Somebody just said that Llama likes the patch.
I watched Llama's 27-minute review. I watched Phil's review and I watched Llama's review. Phil actually likes it way more than Llama. Phil loves everything about the fact, like the nerfs. Oh, Llama is like halfway there. I mean, Llama actually wants them to have the ethereal weapons back. He thinks it's more interesting. It's like the rule of cool. So I agree with him there. He thinks the heralds are too hard, which is interesting to me. So they did something's with the heralds. They do hit really hard.
What? I haven't had any trouble with any of the heralds so far on any
I
of the
had trouble
builds.
killing them, but I don't know if it's the gear they gave me or what, but they do hit hard. He thinks like the damage is like really high on them.
I don't know. He wants to nerf Purge. I don't even think Purge is really that strong. Like, it's okay. It's okay, I guess.
Purge is really strong with Echoing Strike.
I mean, yeah, because it hits multiple times and it applies multiple times, so it explodes multiple times. I mean, it makes sense from Echoing Strike. So Echoing Strike has one thing going for it, which is Purge.
And they want to get rid of it.
And we want to nerf that too. Like, okay, that sounds cool. Let's hit it a 7th time from another direction. I'm all for the 7th sucker punch. Let's do it.
I did some TZ Veil last night with it, and man, do you get blocked and you miss all the time. Like on P1 TZ Veil, my damage was awful.
Yeah, I mean it's like 50 to 55% block chance or whatever, depending on the level of Veil.
And then his defense is just like you're missing.
Yeah, it's even worse on the Ubers because they have even higher block chance and even more defense. It's just like I got like deja vu because like I remember in Diablo 4 they had this really neat system and there was this really cool system that they had, and then they did this patch and they completely like invalidated the cool system that they had it, and I was just like, what was the point of adding this cool system if you were just gonna just completely invalidate it? And then the crazy thing is that they left the invalidated system in the game for like a year. Like it basically had no purpose anymore. Like it was a system that was just like still in the game that nobody used because they added it, thought it was cool, it was cool, and then they just made a patch and like deactivated the system somehow by bypassing it with another method, and so the system just stayed in the game completely useless. and it's that all over again. Like they made this cool system with the shards and the activating the terror zones and the getting the frickin' sunders and the heralds and spawning the heralds, and then it's like they just turned off the herald system. It's like, okay, the worldstone shards are pretty much useless now. Like the tier 3, 4, 5 heralds, those are useless. Like you're not really gonna farm the terror zones in a game anymore. We're just gonna give you free heralds, so you shut up and stop whining like a little hoe. I mean, it's pretty much what they did. And what? So now the shard system is just going to sit in the game and just be useless? I guess you can still use it for EXP, I guess.
You're gonna be spamming those for experience, that's for sure.
I don't know
They
if I
drop
will.
way more.
I don't know if I will. I feel like if you just run the terror zones and do the heralds, I feel like you're just going to get just as much EXP and more chances at heralds. I feel like the shards are basically useless.
Let me rephrase it. Racers will be spamming TZ Chaos and TZ Veil. Like they'll be spamming that stuff until they're 99 in like 2 days.
I'm sure they'll be excited to pick up a whole bunch of them for a Ral rune. Like, I think I would have been fine with the Herald increased spawn rate if it was across the board. If it was all all 5 Heralds. I would have been fine with it if it was all 5 Heralds. It's not all 5 Heralds. Like, I don't understand what the point of it is if it's just the first 2 Heralds. All they're doing is just promoting you to just leave and join games all over again. It's like Pindleskin all over again. I think Leon was like, he was like, you know, they always wanted people to stay in their games and not make 10,000 games every single, like, 2 minutes. He goes, they finally managed to do it. Little did he know, they were going to undo it 1 patch later. What's worse, Diablo 3 or Immortal? That's a tough question. That's a tough question. Diablo 3 is objectively worse than Immortal in some ways. Like, the multiplayer is more limited. It definitely has less mechanics. Of course, Immortal has tons of horrible microtransactions, which are also terrible. But I mean, mechanically, Immortal is actually kind of an upgrade from D3. I know, I played it. I think I played it for like 2 days or 3 days or something. It was weird. Maybe they found a memory leak from people staying in the games for too long. I mean, people were crashing a lot. They were indeed crashing a lot. I mean, that was completely addressed. Mikhail 6464. Like, they completely addressed the player count issue. Sunder Charm drop rate is now no longer affected by player count. Worldstone Shard is now no longer affected by player count. Not that you really need the Worldstone Shards anymore, but you're going to have a lot of them whether you want them or not. Whether you want them or not, you're getting a whole bunch of Worldstone Shards. And whether you want them or not, you're getting a whole bunch of Sunders. Player count no longer has any effect on Worldstone Shards or Sunder Charms. That was one of the changes they made. And they didn't just change it, like, everything to player 1 player count. They changed all of the player counts to the player 8 player count bonus. So your player 1 character has the same drop chance as a player's 8 character at this point for Worldstone Shards and Sunder Charms. I just wanted more heralds. Like, I don't know why they had to go do all this crazy stuff that this looks like it's absolutely going to break the game. Just give me more heralds. Like, why did they have to do it this way? Why did they have to do it in the really stupidest way possible? Like, all they had to do was increase the spawn rate of the heralds themselves. That's it. Just up the spawn rate of the heralds. None of that other stuff was necessary. Like, none of it. Like, once you increase the spawn rate of the heralds, like, it fixed itself. Like, it would have just fixed itself. There was really no reason. Like, 17 heralds per full claim clear was a little low. If they had brought it up to, like, 50 or 60 heralds per full claim clear, it would have completely fixed the Sunder Charm rarity problem and also made the game more fun as a result. But they didn't do that. Now they just have it so that the only way to get heralds now is to leave and rejoin the game, because only the first 2 heralds actually spawn, and all the other ones won't spawn anymore. Ba 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 la la. Oh my god, the character was either the biggest troll ever, Pat, or somebody, like, needs to get fired. Like, so, I mean, if they did that deliberately as a troll, I'm perfectly fine with it. Like, it was funny. If they actually seriously made that character, the person who made that character needs to get fired. Because it was a terrible character. Like, I don't understand what they were doing. Like the 124% faster cast rate was a deliberate troll. At least that's what it seemed like to me. They gave you an ethereal thundermaul fortitude, which they knew was going to break, or at least I hope they knew it was going to break. I hope they thought they knew it was a troll. If they didn't know it was a troll, then why would you give that particular weapon to test Echoing Strike with? I don't. And none of it makes any damn sense. And then they just gave no other options for weapons. Like, they didn't give anything else. Yeah, and didn't even give any mana leech. There's no mana leech on the character either. Like, oh, here, let me give you this character that's designed around, you know, like, all the abilities and things that make a melee a good character, and then, like, no mana leech, no life leech. Suck it.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh yeah, awful resistances. Awful. The character's so weak, like, resistance-wise. Like, it's literally just the lowest res. You are not wrong there. I spent most of the time just, like, getting better equipment, trying to, like, get this character not trash. And what the hell is that thing? A +2 Warlock with 20% faster cast, an all-res, and then they threw a burr rune in it? Somebody must have made that. Like, they must have actually, like, handcrafted that item. I'm not even sure that the mods on this item could actually even roll. Can't even remember. I'd have to look up all the mods one by one, but I think something seems off to me. Oh, and this thing. What the hell is this horrible thing that they put? Look at that horrible ring they put on the character. What the hell even is that? Did they get that out of my hero editor pack? I think that might be one of my hero editor rings. Do you think they downloaded my hero editor? I have like a whole pack from hero editor. I wonder if they downloaded him. I'm so curious. Like, I'm so deathly curious whether that's in my pack. So one of the things I did when I made my item pack was I basically just made like a whole bunch of crafted items, and the crafted items that I made were literally just like random. I just wanted random crafted items in the setup, and some of them were garbage crafted items like that. And I'm kind of curious whether that is literally one of the crafted items that I made. They're gonna give themselves away today. Miscellaneous crafted ring. It's the bone circle. It would be in the blood ring section, I believe. Actually, no, that's a caster ring. So it would be in the caster section. Where's my caster rings? I know I made caster rings too. Don't tell me I didn't make caster rings. Bone circle. I don't see one labeled bone circle in my list. Let's try this. Let me search the bone circle. Nope, it's not in my item pack. Alright, so you can't blame that one on me, guys. It's not my fault. It's not my crappy ring. It is not my crappy ring. Confirmed. I'ma go get me tier 2, farming tier tum too.
I just got a facet off a random monster. What is going on? Would you like a facet? And you get a facet.
You get a facet, everybody gets a facet. Come on down and get a facet. Oh, where's my tier 1 herald? I already killed an elite. And I don't see my tier herald. Gotta give me my Harry. Harry Bowberry is a coming for you. He's a Harry Berry man. Harry Bowberry, he's a coming for you. He's a Harry Berry man. I always wondered why some people are like ridiculously hairy and some people are not. My dad's a hairless wonder. He passed that on to me. Like I barely have any body hair. And then again, like my brother-in-law, my sister's husband, dude, he is like the hairiest beast that ever existed in all hairy land. I just got another poison facet. Why is it always a freaking poison facet? Like every single here, have a poison facet. Here, have a poison facet. Was that the first one that got me in here? That's my first Harry. My first Harry dropped me a jewel too. Dude, we need to start collecting the facets, Leon. Like, we'll just put them in like a big pile. We need to get the whole kinship to farm in PTR, and then we need to just like take a screenshot of like an entire stash tab of rainbow facets, and send it to the developers so they understand what a horrible mistake that they're making. Like, do you really want this many poison facets? Or poison facets, rainbow facets in the world? Because this is what you're doing. This is the effect that what you have done is going to have on the game. Crypt and Mausoleum. So much fun, so much fun. Let's go down to Crypt Mausoleum. Ba ba ba. I hate them, I don't like, 'cause I always go the freaking wrong way every time. Do 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 do. Never follow the right road, I don't ever know. Alright, which way is it? Left or right? I'm gonna choose right. I'm gonna go against my instinct, so we're choosing left. My instinct is always wrong. Doom 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 doom. Oh god freaking damn it, Chris Jack, always stupid. I hate your guts. Stupid freaking Ginger really likes to sing jingles. You think? I distinctly remember when I was a kid being in the car with my dad, and my dad would be humming some song, and he would have no clue what it was, and my mom would have no clue what it was, and sometimes she would turn to him and go, "You're always humming that. What is that song?" And he would be like, "I don't know." And she's like, "How can you not know?" He's like, "I don't know." Well, I'm gonna figure it out. It's the Gorgon.
I am overburdened. Impossible.
Give me the Gorgon, Gorgon. The crossbow is a poopy Gorgon, not a good crossbow. A herald is hunting you in the crypt. Wow, might and frickin' concentration. Y'all some dirty hillbillies. Their drops are always ridiculous. Like, they always drop, like, a set item or something, or they always drop a unique, or, like... Die. I don't have very many arrows left. Can you drop me some? Do do do. Yeah, it like orbital drops on your head. It's pretty hilarious. You've got about like they don't even give you much time. You've got about like T minus 4 seconds, maybe 3 seconds. So you have to count it out next time. Like from the warning to the spawn, you've got like maybe 3 seconds to get the hell out of the way. You gonna learn today, boy. They spawn in and they're like, you look pretty good in them jeans, boy. There's so many hardcore characters that are gonna die to this too that are not gonna know. Can you imagine, Leon? You just don't know. Like you're a hardcore character, you log in one day, you don't know that this change has happened. You're just happily farming your little terror zone, you know, like. Oh, a herald's hunting me. Okay. Oh my god!
Sounds like a good time to me. And at the vamp gaze. Ooh, baby.
Those are nice. Good defense on those. Let's hope they don't die because it won't be implemented. I mean, feedback, right? Feedback. As everybody says, this is PTR, and these are not permanent changes. But I can't count how many times, like, freaking, there's been a PTR, and we're like, hey, don't do this. This is stupid. And they're like, we're doing it anyway. I'm going to give the craziest analogy in the world right now, and you guys are going to love it. Like, imagine there was a guy who made an invention where he hung a baby on, like, a chain over top of a crocodile pit, and like, you're like, buddy, like, you can't do that. Like, that's immoral, first off, and the baby's going to end up dying. And you're like, oh. And he's like, oh, okay, I'll take that feedback into, you know, consideration. And then you come back the next day, and the baby's on a rope instead of a chain. Like, that's Blizzard. Like, Blizzard will hear your feedback, and, like, half the time, they'll just, like, implement the dumbest solution to your problem that makes no sense and oftentimes just makes the problem worse. They're like, okay, so the baby went from a chain to a rope. How did that solve the issue? Well, this time, now he won't suffer as much when the crocodiles get him because they'll be able to rip the chain. They'll be able to rip the rope. But if he was on a chain, the crocodiles would have to like really yank at him, and that would really hurt. So we just wanted to make sure the baby would get put out of his misery as quick as possible. And you're like, what? How does your brain function? Like, I need to take it apart and check it for science. Like, I gotta figure this out, how you came up with that solution to the problem that isn't a solution at all. Did I get 2 heralds yet? I don't even know. I got 1. Okay, so I still need my hat trick second herald. The hardest part of farming 2 heralds is remembering that you fought 2 heralds. That's the that is the hardest part. The hardest part is literally just remembering if you've actually gotten the second herald yet or not, or whether you're wasting your time in the game. It's so stupid. Like, am I just wasting my time, or have I gotten a second herald yet? I don't remember. The rope is better for the croc's teeth? Oh, okay. Somehow I feel like at the end of this conclusion, all the bad stuff is going to make it in, all the good stuff is not going to make it in. And all the weird stuff is going to get weirder. Somehow they're going to find a way, and the weird stuff that we was like, that's weird, why did you do that? They're going to be like, okay, well, let's make it even weirder. You don't like a shark in the octopus pen? Well, now we're going to put a giraffe in there. Okay, how about that? Now there's a giraffe in the octopus pen. Why? Because you didn't like our first weird suggestion, so we're making another weird suggestion. How about that? They'll add 2 more random bad things. Don't double down! We told them we didn't like this thing, and they're doubling down. They're adding another bad thing.
I can't carry anymore.
I'm so glad they did a PTR on this, because if they had just added it into the game, oh my god, the amount of people that would be on the forums right now just absolutely crying.
But my question is, was this their design, or was this some, like, you know, inside streamers design, and they're testing their, like, whose design are they testing right now? Because if it's their design, they're just going to go back to the drawing board in like another month, another PTR with some other weird stuff, like you said. Like they should be actively engaging with the community right now and updating the PTR. That's how if I was a developer, I'd be just updating it. I'd just be making some herald changes right now. It's like, all right, guys, test this version out. All right, you don't like that? Test this out. And I'd just be going nuts. I'd be going back and forth with them.
I mean, I'm all for like the kind of like the theme of temporarily designing things with the idea of that they could potentially become part of the game. I actually kind of like that about Diablo 4, about when they would test a feature and be like, okay, this is just temporary, and then the community would be like, oh, we really like this feature, let's make it a permanent part of the game. The only problem is half the time we would be like, hey, we really like this feature, and then they would just throw the feature away, which was like the it was so bad. It was so bad. Like, for instance, there was this item in Diablo 4. It was called the Profane Mind Cage. Absolutely amazing.
Those are back,
item.
by the way.
They finally brought them back?
Apparently they're back.
Okay. But the Profane Mind Cage was in the game, and it was this amazing item that basically just made the game a little bit more difficult for you specifically, but nobody else. So, like, if you were in a group with, like, you know, like 3 other players or whatever, and they were in a easier difficulty, you could just, like, pop a couple Profane Mind Cages, make things more difficult on yourself, and you could have more fun playing with the lower level characters. Well, everybody was like, wow, these are like the most amazing thing ever. We love these. I can't believe that you have these. This is a good idea. Like, we want you to keep these and maybe even expand upon them. And then they just removed them from the game. They were like, oh, we hear you. We hear you that profane cages are amazing. We understand. Like, you guys like this. Okay, deleted. Anyway, moving on. Oh my god. It was awful. Like, I think it took, like, Leon said they're back now, so what was that, like 6 seasons? I think for them to come back.
I heard they're back in the expansion. They're not actually in the game yet, but I heard the expansion brought them back. Some interview somewhere.
Good. Maybe they actually listened for once. But I mean, yeah, it's just like they took the thing that was good, the community told them it was good, and they just threw it away. We just added them into the game for you guys. It's no big deal. They're on permanently now. It's like, they're not on permanently. You're stupid. Ah, freaking belt's too tight. Ow. They're adding a cube. They're adding the kunai's cube, which I'm not mad at. Like, it's not the D2 cube. It's the kunai's cube, but I mean, it's cool. Whatever. I think the kunai's cube is a decent addition of a cube as well, but I would have preferred the D2 cube. But I'm not mad that they added the D3 cube. It's the one that sits in town on the pedestal. It's the one It's not the one that goes in your inventory. It's the D3 cube that sits in town on the pedestal. There's a picture of it. I've seen a picture of it on D4 or Roderick cube. Oh my god. Freaking. Trying to do something, you stupid little turd faces. Yeah, here it is. There it is right there. It sits in town. It's the D3 one. It's the one that sits in town on the little pedestal and it glows and it looks all fancy. It's not the D2 one that you take around with you. I'm not mad at it though. I think the Kunai's Cube was a really good addition to D3. I think like overall it was actually a solid addition, and it definitely expanded the way that the characters could be built and offered a lot of utility and ways that you could make up your builds. And then they added sets and they completely ruined all that. So they were like, here, have some really cool like amazing ways that you can build your character. Now don't do that. Just put this set on and completely ignore that thing. Which by the way, they're adding sets into Diablo 4 now too. So like, I don't even. It's so stupid.
I'm testing a full Blood Oath, level 34, maxed out, 20 hard points Blood Oath, 20 hard points Bind Demon, and he's dying on any pack. Like that's 20, that's 40 points, and he's still dying.
Yeah, you gotta have Engorge ready like all the time to keep him alive. That's what I've noticed. Like you basically have to be there to keep him alive, and even then, it seems like the right convergence of events, and they just get one shot.
I do not recommend doing the Bind Demon if you're not a summoner. Like, this is 40-point investment, so you lose a ton of damage, and he's not even surviving one pack of mobs.
He dies so easy.
Like, forget about Ubers. This is like an elite pack. Like, 40-point investment, he's just gonna die.
Getting stone skin is pretty big. Yeah, I mean it helps versus the physical, but then you run into like a lightning, like gloam pack, and he gets like absolutely dusted. I mean, the survivability on them is just awful. And yes, if you have the appropriate elemental resistance at the appropriate time for the monster, like yeah, it will help.
Mine's stone skin extra strong as well, and cold enchant, and he's still getting wrecked.
It'd be really nice if I had resistances. That'd be great. I just want to bind a demon, but it never wants to bind the demon. Binding the demon. Binding the demon. Dun, 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 dun. I just want to bind a demon. I finally bound a demon. It legitimately takes like anywhere between like 15 seconds to like a minute to bind any demon. Like just sitting there, getting punched in the face. It's like 15 seconds to a minute, like minimum. You just gotta stand there and get punched in the face for 15 seconds to a minute while you're trying to farm your minion. And if you already have minions, good luck, because your minions are gonna kill the demon long before you're able to actually do anything. Oops, I accidentally put the poison facet in my legend sword. Oh no, what will I ever do? It's not like I'm finding a bunch of them all over the place. I've already found 3 facets so far. Rainbow, a rainbow, and a rainbow. So, like, and I'm not even trying. Like, Leon's actually trying to farm the tier 2 heralds. Like, high speed. He's doing high speed herald farming. I'm just messing around with it.
I want a Magic Sunder for testing more builds.
What changed the Bind Demon survivability? It's mainly their hit points. Like, their hit points went in the dirt. They basically have, like, no hit points anymore. They capped out the total number of hit points on just about every demon.
But were their hit points so hard or so high that they were like regenning really fast? Because my demon on the live server really was at full HP all the time.
Well, I mean, monsters have their own regeneration system, yeah. So, I mean, if they had really high HP, they would have been regenerating very quickly based on their hit point pool. So, yeah.
So now they have like no regen, I guess.
I mean, it's still there. It's just much less. It's just, I think it's the same as mana on the characters. Like, when you have really high mana pool, like, your regen is just better.
Does it say?
It's one of the reasons why I always recommend having some form of, like, regeneration stop on your character. Like, poison, or, like, open wounds or something, or prevent monster heal. Because it makes such a big difference in your clear speed. Because if the monster's not regenerating, you don't have to hit them, like, an extra time. Even if it's just one extra time that you have to hit them, it's still one extra time that you can move on from the pack and to the next pack. And especially when you're fighting really big packs and you're not necessarily hitting every single monster, like every single frame or whatever. Yeah, as long as they're not immune to poison. Open wounds or prevent monster heals also very effective. Combining together open wounds and a poison charm is really the ticket, because then you get both dots at the same time. So instead of regenerating, they're degenning. So when you hit the monster, you deal damage, and then they start degenning instead of regenning, which is just better in general. I just got a unique phase blade dropped from the tier 2 herald. Lightsabums. The saber of light. One little saber, that is that. One little saber, it's so fat. Chonky sabers coming for your labor.
I can't do that here. I can't do that here.
Why am I being cursed right now?
Yes?
I don't like the stupid terror zone, so I'm gonna use something else so I can go to a different biome. I don't like the terror zone. I don't like the zone. I don't like the terror zone. I don't like the zone.
I mean, you can technically choose any zone you want. They give you 5 shards of every act every time you create a game.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm just going to whatever I want to do. I don't know. They hit it. They hit the Bind Demon too hard, in my opinion. Like it's just there's too many nerfs, all converging to equal a end result, which is just not favorable. I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking, to be perfectly honest. Like you can't just. I feel like somewhere along the lines, the scientific method has completely and utterly failed these people.
Yes, citizen.
How may I help you?
Like, for instance, let's say I was a scientist and I was developing a form of bulletproof glass. And I'm like, okay, let's test my bulletproof glass against various forms of guns and see how my bulletproof glass does. Alright, let's apply the scientific method. Proceeds to completely not provide the scientific, or apply the scientific method. Instead, they just get like every handgun known to man and shoot the glass at the exact same time. And then they're like, the glass failed. I wonder why. Maybe it's because you didn't do any scientific testing and actually change things in small ways. Like, they're literally changing stuff too much, too fast, and there's no way that they're going to be able to predict the results of that. You can't predict the results. Like, if you had a single pane of glass and you shot it with one handgun, you could be, okay, this 9mm did this, and then you get another pane of glass and you shoot it with like a, an odd 6 or something, and then you get another pane of glass and you shoot it with like a 7.6, 7.76 or whatever, right? And like, you would get testing results and you would understand what's going on. Like, they don't do that. Like, they just go, oh, here's like 17 changes to an ability. Let's see how it turns out. Science! And then it doesn't turn out well, and then they're like, I wonder why that happened. Strange. I've never understood why they don't just do small changes over, like, a period of time. Like, why don't they just do like a little change here, a little change there, like test things out in more controlled circumstances so they can understand exactly what's going on and how they need to change things. Like, but instead they always do these like 17-point bulletins of changes where it just I mean, take the Bind Demon as an example. Like, the HP cap on its own might have been enough. Like, they might not have had to change anything else. Just lowering the HP cap of the monster might have been enough to basically fix the entire balance mechanic, because it would have made the monster a lot harder to keep alive. And without adjusting things like the ability to, get them, or changing the auras or anything like that, if they made it more difficult to keep your actual demon alive, they would have overall, like, that change alone would have had a drastic effect on the survivability of the demon and also technically the effectiveness of the demon. But no, they had to go like 4 steps further and be like, okay, he's going to be harder to keep alive, and also it's going to be harder to get them, and also we're going to take away Conviction Aura, and also we're going to make it so that it's more difficult to 1.1 it, and also like you have to put in base points now, and also like they just hit it too hard from like too many different angles, and they had no clue what the hell was going on. Like just the HP nerf would have been enough to balance it out, I think. I don't think you needed anything else. Just the HP nerf was enough. Now, unless you're actually building into it, I'm not even sure if it's worth it, and I'm still not even sure if it's worth it if you're building into it. I think it's the poopies. It's the poopies now. There was a guy on the forums though. He should. I saw him yesterday. He was like, the nerfs to Warlock are good. He goes, but they're not good enough. He goes, they need to nerf it harder. They need to smack it with the hammer of Thor. I was like, dang. Okay.
I'm thinking about what OP build do I play next season. Do I play Trapson? Do I play Javazon? Do I play Hammered? Do I play Novasaur? Do I play... What else? What else is out there? What do I log into for like 20% more damage than they ever had in the past?
I don't know. There's so many good choices.
Bladesin's gonna be nasty, in my opinion. Might
I
do that again.
mean, with the negative resistance on the Sunder, the main problem is the attack rating with that build. If you can solve the attack rating, I
You
think,
can solve it.
I
You
think-
can stack decks. It's easy.
I think you pretty
Charm.
much, like, you have it if you can solve that problem.
Yep. Easy access to amp now.
I mean, Dreadfang might actually just be best in slot. I don't know. Yes, it's a two-hander, and two-handers don't exactly like get any additional damage bonus, and you lose access to your shield. But I mean, permanent access to amp is just kind of like a no-brainer. And you could also make it ethereal, so you could have an ethereal Dreadfang with permanent amp, socket it, and then you could put an Athrune in it or something. It might actually be the best item. I don't know. The only downside is you lose access to like a Phoenix Shield or something, which is really good damage output, or like a plus to skill shield, but I think the permanent amp is just too good on that build in general. It makes so much difference in your damage output of having permanent amp uptime. Then you combine that together with the Sunder and maybe the physical jewel. I'm pretty sure that like this Blade Sentinel character is just like absolutely dominating this season. Blade Sentinel doesn't proc the amp, but you can easily fire off the Blade Sentinels and then use Blade Fury to proc the amp. It really doesn't take that much effort.
You can always have the Merc do it too, or have the Merc on top of it and have you and the Merc doing it.
I mean, yeah, an F Dreadfang on the Merc is also like kind of mint as well. You can do a Holy Grail on just the Heralds. Maybe. I don't know. The way that they set up the drop table, they might not be dropping specific items. I don't know. They're definitely dropping rings, amulets, jewels, and charms. That's for sure. They seem to have a proportionate chance to drop a set item, too. I've noticed they always tend to drop a set item. If they don't drop a set item, they drop a unique. But, like, they almost always drop a set.
Love it.
I already lost my demon and my mercenary. So, Act 3 is a good mercenary for Thorns because they don't trigger Thorns. But the problem with them is they can't stay alive very easily because they don't have any form of regeneration. The Act 2 mercenary kills himself on Thorns. The Act 5 mercenary kills himself on Thorns. The only one that doesn't kill itself on Thorns that has decent recovery is the rogue mercenary that can leech. She's ranged and she can leech, which basically means she has the ability to bypass Thorns and also keep herself alive via leeching damage. Which makes her, like, I think the only character that essentially has the ability to bypass and also, like, keep herself alive. The Act 1 rogue might actually be best in slot this season. I don't know. I mean, the Thorns was a moderately, like, meh issue because the Heralds weren't really that common. But with the commonality of the Heralds now, especially considering you get, you know, at least 2 of them relatively quickly in a run, I don't even know if the melee, the physical ones are worth it.
What do we get now? Another cold center. So I have an extra fire and extra cold.
Man, that's a halfway decent build. It's 200 bold ethereal. 24% faster hit recovery, 18 strength, 47 life, 20% cold res, ethereal. It's such a good belt. If it had one more res on it, it would have been almost perfect. I may be playing it wrong, but I'm trying out Abyss, and it's kind of slow and boring to play. Yeah, that's pretty much what I said earlier, Warhand. Like, it's awkward, and it's clunky, and it's not even really particularly that fast. Plus, the mana cost on Abyss is atrocious. I didn't even have it maxed out. It was like 66 mana per cast.
Hi guys.
What's up, Snuggle Bunny?
I'm just lurking, listening in on you guys.
Oh, well, we're playing on the public test room.
Indeed you are.
I figured I'd make a channel for it just in case.
I bet you get lots of goodies as well.
Have you gotten some easy statues? People are saying they're getting tons of statues from the act bosses. I don't really farm the act bosses all that much, but I mean, in the future, like, I mean, that would be definitely be something that you could do. I imagine Duriel's going to be the most annoying one out of the lot. Probably in the realm of teleporters.
Yeah, I think the succubus is the way to go.
Just hang in the back and cast curses for you.
Yep. She's not getting really hit.
Nope, Succubus has been removed from the Blind Demon table.
She's just amping everything. I have a Holy Freeze one right now. It's not even cursed, but she has her own curse or whatever. So she's just cursing everything for me with Holy Freeze. And nobody's touching her.
Yep. There's different versions, too, of the Succubus. There's like a bunch of different versions, and the different versions have different curses.
I gotta learn. I got this one from Frozen Tundra inside that pit. I don't know what it's called.
Here, I'll pull up the classifications real quick. I need to go to the next game anyway. I've already killed my 2 heralds. Alright, so let's pull up the classifications of the succubi that are gonna suck your bye. So first off, there's the succubus. So the straight succubus, which is the succubus, vile temptress, Stygian harlot, hell temptress, and blood temptress. That one will curse with defense curse, blood mana curse, and she also uses a couple different curses like amplify damage and whatnot. Then there's the Stygian Fury, which does look slightly different. More pointy would be the main thing I would say about them. More pointy. They cast amplify damage, weaken, and defense curse, and blood mana. So the pointy ones are the Sirens, Vile Witch, Stygian Fury, Blood Witch, and Hell Witch. Those are probably the ones that you want. Stygian Furies are kind of all over the place, but I think they're Worldstone level 2. Trying to remember. Stygian Fury. Stygian Furies are they are all over the place. They're also guest monsters in Act 5. So you'll find them in Act 5, but I believe they're in other acts as well. I can't remember where they first appear. Where the hell do they first appear? I don't even remember. They're really pointy though. Like if you see them, They have like horns and like pointy spikes all over their body, and like they're much different than the softer succubus, which is more like a female woman. Like if you can clearly tell the difference between them if you look at them side by side. Like one is very feminine and like voluptuous, and the other one is very demonic with like tons of spikies all over their bodies, and like they just look really evil by comparison. I thought there was one more. I mean, there's so many different versions of those two as well. I believe Frozen River and Crystalline Passage can have both of them. Both the Succubus and the Stygian Fury. I believe there's one that spawns there that actually has both.
This one definitely casts Sam. I wonder if you get one with cursed, how good it is. Like, does it have two versions of Amp?
I think you usually find the Stygian Fury and Worldstone Keep level 2 as well. Stygian Furies on your head. Stygian Furies coming to bed.
Another unique ammo.
No, because in Relic is all you get.
And another Crescent Moon. Two Crescent Moons.
It's actually like the best low-level amulet when you're like struggling for mana all the time. It's so good. It really is so good. There we go. I got some Stygian Furies here. Yep, those are Hell Witches. They're the spiky versions. I can grab one of these. Now the process of actually damaging one without killing it. It's difficult to do. Dang it, I accidentally killed it.
Just randomly casted it. Okay.
Okay, that took way forever. Had to isolate it, had to go through the process of trying to get it no damaged, had to try not to kill it, killed like frickin' 3 of them, 4 of them, 5 of them, kept murdering them. Finally managed to damage one. I used Blade Warp as my primary method of damaging them. God. Towel and a towel, and I don't got a towel, and your mama is a towel. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Put that to good use.
Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Be do 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 do. Mm-hmm. 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 Endurance of hate. Disgusting. At least the randomized terror zone still takes you all over the place. Where they take that away too. Envolugé.
It's pretty good.
Trading is finished until 3.2 drums. I don't even know, like, usually this late in the season, I mean, I know some people are still playing, but shouldn't really matter all that much.
Markets are going crazy from everything I hear. They're going nuts. Everyone's trying to dump their weapons. Like,
I mean,
that's the thing too. They should come out and say like this patch isn't hitting this season, like so people can like know to enjoy their character. But I don't think they've officially stated it.
if I was a betting man, I would throw away. I would literally trade away like almost everything right now. I would not keep anything. I just convert it all into runes. I wouldn't keep nothing. Holy crap. I just got a Grim Spike Falcata. Look at that beautiful thing. Does knockback work with Echoing Strike? It seems like it could actually be kind of neat for Echoing.
Probably not.
310 is pretty high. That's huge. No Fool's Mod, no increased attack speed, but the Falcata's an elite base too. Alright, you guys want your daily dose of Cody the Monster Dog? Cody. What if I was gonna get yours? Tummy tummy. Oh no, gonna get yours tummy tummy. Oh no, tummy tummy tummy. Oh no, gonna get yours tummy tummy. Oh no, look at your leg a jiggling. Ha ha. Gonna get your leg a jiggling. Gonna get your jiggling, jiggle jiggling. That's a jiggle jiggling. Well, if I do this and go, get the drum, gonna pop the drum, get the drum, bum, 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 the big old monster drum, get the big old monster drum. Cody, would you like a crack'em? You want to show everybody how goodest you are and show them that you can wait? You ready? You ready? You gotta leave it. Leave it. Yeah, I gotta show everybody how goodest that you are, that you know how to do the leave it. And he knows the command that allows him to eat. is yes. Because Cody's a goodest boy. Yes'ms be a goodest. That's a good as monster dogums. He said, yeah. So, he said, that's me. Monster dog. Monster dog. There you go. Daily dose of Kubus the monster dog. Enjoy. I mean, honestly, that's the safest bet is just convert your stuff into runes. Sell it, convert to runes. Who cares? You think Thundercharm prices are going to go down? Convert to runes. You think your F Thundermaul is going to be worthless? Convert to runes. I mean, if it doesn't, if the patches don't happen and it happens next season, you can always buy your item back. If it does happen, well then you're safe because you can just go buy whatever you need.
Wow.
Ring him. Ring-a-ling ding dang dong. That's a ring-a-ling ding ding dang. That's a ring-a-dang-a, a ring-a-dang-a-dang, a ring-a-ring-a-ring-a-dang-a-dang-a ding ding dong. Do you wanna be a ringer? A ring-a-ding-a-ding ding dang. We got some rang-a-lang-a-bang-a-lang-goos. What's up, Mayfer? Get wrecked, Mayfer. Mirrored Blades is still ticking along. Yeah, they didn't touch Mirrored Blades. Mirrored Blades is still just as OP as it always was. Cause I tell you what I want, what I really, really want. A Mirrored Blades Hexbane, that's what I want. It's been a freaking good skill since the beginning of the freaking game. It never really was bad. It was always good. And it didn't get nerfed. And it's still real good. Hexbane is amazing. So freaking good. Come on down and play it. It's so freaking good. Murdered myself on a giant pack of dolls. I fired an arrow into the pack, and now the whole pack killed me. Now I'm dead. And my body's on the ground. My body's on the ground. My body's on the ground. My gold fell down. My gold fell down.
Hello?
Body's on the ground. My body's on the ground.
These things cast amp all the time.
Oh, they do, yeah.
You just watched my Patch Thoughts video. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Even if it was depressing. It's PTR. You gotta give your thoughts. It's an important thing. If you don't give your thoughts, then how are they supposed to know that things are not right? And how are they supposed to change the chain to a rope? Well, you think it's too bright? Okay. Increasing lumens by 7,000%. Wait, what? I said it was too bright. Exactly. Increasing lumens by 7,000%.
I need a key.
Where's that? What's that meme with the guy that's like tapping his head? Like the think about it meme. There you go. There you go. All right, we need to make a meme. All right. It can't be too bright if you're blind. It can't be too bright if you're blind, okay? Look, just, think about it, okay? Think about it. If you're blind, nothing's too bright, all right? Fixed it, all right? Because if you think it's too bright, we got you, fam. Get a mercenary. Ah, there's so many. No. No.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Oh my dear Lord Jesus.
It's locked.
I just want to live. I'm going somewhere else. Somewhere less callacious.
Greetings.
Hmm. $5 million copies with over a, like 30% refund rate and about a 50% drop off rate. Congratulations. Congratulations on your AI MMO slop games victory.
Does that guy want to justify his purchase that much? He's that mad?
Yeah, he came into my non-Crimson Desert stream to like whine and complain about me not liking his game. Your game sucks, by the way. How is my green screen so off today? Like, I don't understand. It's this side, it's in darkness over there. I think it's because Cody's sleeping on it. Cody, can you get your fat butt off my green screen and get back on your bed, please? Chonky booty butt. Yeah, get on your bed. That I paid a bunch of money for some reason. Even though you don't even use the dang thing. Because you don't like it. There you go. It's because he was, like, pushing the green screen so that one side of the green screen was in shadow. It's hilarious. Alright. I don't want to do Durance Fate. Let's go do something else. Anything else? Literally anything else. Freaking terrible zone. A herald is hunting you. Hey look, 2 rings, and one of them is a unique ring. Who would have thunk it? The herald drop tables are busted. Ooh, at least it's just a crappy Nagel ring. At least it's just a crappy Nagel. I think I have the one channel that's not like endlessly glazing Crimson Desert like it's a Japanese bukkake in an adult video. And people hate my freaking review video too. They come on there and they see 70% like ratio and primarily negative comments on the video. It's like a beacon for the people that literally don't like the game. They get so upset. It's freaking hilarious. They don't have anything constructive to actually say. It's literally just, get filtered. You're old. You're stupid. Like, if you don't like their game, you're just, you're not a very smart person apparently, and you're an old person. And you like Fortnite. You like Fortnite. You're a Fortnite player. Go back to Fortnite. I don't even play Fortnite. I hate to tell you guys that. I don't like Fortnite. What do you mean you don't like thousands of nearly identical fetch quests that are absolutely stupid and don't really do anything to advance the story or plot? Let me sum up the first 5 minutes of the quests in Crimson Desert for you guys. So it's funny if you do it like this. Go get my cat. Go find my sheep. Go clean my chimney. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. That's like your first like 5 to 10 minutes in the game. Is go get my cat. Go clean my chimney. Go find my sheep.
Yes?
I need arrows.
Good day.
I don't know if I want to do the tower. I guess there's a lot of elites in here. I could just at least do it. Kill the elites, get my herald, leave and come back. Kill the elites and get my herald, leave and come back. The Zelda, you mean, yeah, the Zelda Breath of the Wild stolen puzzle system? Yeah. The funny thing is they didn't even do a good job stealing it. It's like bland and there's not enough variations of the puzzles. Like once you figure out like 2 or 3 or 4 variations of the puzzles, like there's really not much left to do. And the puzzles aren't even hard. The controls just suck and it's hard to actually do the puzzles because the controls are terrible. Let me press this button to jump. Wow, well that didn't work. I just fell off a cliff. Wait, what? No, I didn't say tackle the lady. What? So tackle the lady? Okay. I would like to mount my horse, please. Why am I punching my horse? What the? Nice. A little bit of a lag spike there. You know what the sad thing is about me? Is that if the game hadn't made me sick, Marvin, I probably would have kept playing it. Because I'm pretty much immune to soulless, boring fetch quest games. I've played enough MMOs over the years that I can like power through just about any boring fetch quests. They don't really bother me. I mean, they're soulless and they're boring and they have no purpose, but like if you play MMOs, like that's literally all MMOs are, is like boring, soulless fetch quests. And Crimson Desert was literally converted from an MMO, so it's just full of boring fetch quests. Like, no story to speak of. Side quests are all absolutely awful. Like, of the mechanics that are actually in that game, some of them are kind of copied okay. Like, the cat one's kind of cool. The cat one they copied from Monster Hunter Wilds. I actually really liked Monster Hunter Wilds. I thought it was a really good version of the Monster Hunter series. I'd actually still be playing that game if there wasn't like other games for me to play at that particular time period. Does Hexblade's damage get split with Mirrored Blades? No. It's per blade, so whatever the Hexbane damage is, it applies to every blade.
It's like the opposite. It seems like it just...
So if you can get 10k Hexbane damage, you have 10k per blade, which is 50k damage for all 5 blades. Or all 5 blades or all 5 arrows. It's massive. Massive strongest damage. And it's magic damage too. So it completely bypasses physical immunes. I don't know why everybody was so hot and bothered over the cursed thing with the Bind Demon anyway. Like, I never really understood it. Like, it's cool. It's added damage. But if you were running Hexbane, you would have had, like, freaking 10k freaking magic damage anyway, and you would have been bypassing all the physical immunes anyway. I don't think when I run Hexbane, I don't think I've ever even flinched at a physical immune. Like, oh look, it's a physical immune. Yawn. It's honestly one of the most busted freaking skills in the game, Hexbane is. I'm actually honestly kind of surprised that Hexbane didn't get a nerf. Don't say it too loudly, though. They might change their mind.
I can't carry anymore.
Blood spirit.
Hmm. I don't know. My biggest fear with Crimson Desert is that developers will see a moderate success in what they did and try to copy it. And that game should never be copied. That game is like everything that's wrong with gaming. Boring, absolutely vapid, soulless storyline. Boring, absolutely vapid, soulless fetch quests. Like copycat mechanics that they stole from games that they don't even know how they work. Like, yeah, those mechanics were cool in the other games, but like, just because you tape a bunch of cool mechanics into the game with absolutely no respect for how they were designed or why they were fun doesn't make them also fun. Like, you can't just take every single mechanic from every game and shove it into a game and then it just works. Because it doesn't. That's not how it works. And then all the mechanics, like all the various mechanics that they threw into that game, literally make for the worst control scheme ever. Be prepared to press like 3 buttons just to do a jump. Be prepared to press like 3 buttons just to talk to an NPC, because that's basically where the game's at now. And like every single button has like 17 different purposes depending on like where you're standing or what you're doing. So like if you want to like mount your horse, good luck, because if you press the mount button, somebody might walk in front of you while you're pressing the mount button, and then you might stab them in the eyeball instead. And y'all think I'm joking. That's how bad it is. Like it's that bad. Like to the point where literally you want to do a specific action and then you try to do a specific action and it doesn't do that specific action. It just does something else entirely because there's another like button combination that shares the same button as the thing that you're trying to do, and you weren't standing quite right, or you weren't highlighting the icon the way that you were supposed to. Or yeah, or you weren't over the item just right, so when you press the button, you would jump instead of picking up the item or something because you weren't directly over the item. Like, it's just all stupid. The worst part is that it's everything that's wrong with an MMO in a single-player game. Maybe there's some sort of romanticization of MMOs or something that I'm not aware of, but like, MMOs are not good games. They are not good games. They haven't been for a long time. Like, I can't name you one MMO within the past 5 years that I would recommend to anybody to play. Nobody. And I've played a bunch of them. Like Black Desert Online, which was made by the same company as Crimson Desert. I would never recommend anybody to play that game, ever. It is a horrible, terrible, giant waste of time, designed to waste your time in every way, shape, and form. It has the most exhaustively just annoying menu systems. Everything that could be simple is made complicated, and everything that is complicated is made even more complicated. Like, it's just absolutely disgusting. And none of the modern MMOs are worth playing. None of them. There's a reason why World of Warcraft made the World of Warcraft Classic server, and people actually went back to play the Classic MMO, because, like, the Classic MMOs from back, like, 10, 15 years ago were way better than the ones that we have now, because they were actually, like, real games. All the MMOs that we currently have are just the most vapid, soulless, like, time-wasting, engineered, like engineered to waste your time. Not just time wasters. You know, because anything is time wasting. Like, you can waste your time watching television. You can waste your time playing your favorite video game. No, like, dude, MMOs are designed by their very nature to waste your time in a way that is excessive. Somebody was like, I've already put in like 100 to 200 hours in this game so far, and I'm having a blast. And I'm like, and then they said, you put in like 10 hours in Resident Evil Requiem. How is that even worth it time-wise? And I'm like, well, Resident Evil Requiem actually has a good story. It's actually fun to play, and it's not a vapid, soulless MMO that was designed to waste your time. I was like, it might sound like you get a good bargain when you think of 100 hours versus, like, 10. But when you realize that, like, 90 of those hours was the game literally just wasting your time deliberately, and that if it hadn't been deliberately wasting your time, you probably would have done that same content in 10 hours, you start to realize that MMOs aren't really about, like, a hour, like, per hour assertion of how much content you've got out of the game doesn't really matter when you're talking about an MMO. Not when the game is designed by its very default to waste your time. How can we waste the consumer's time in every way possible? You know what? Let's make reputation grinds. And dude, freaking Crimson Desert has the reputation grinds too. If you want a cat or like a dog or a pet or something like that, you gotta like go find the cat. You gotta like pet it and hug it every single day for like 15 days, and then finally the cat will become your your companion or whatever after you've like sat there and like ground out like the reputation system on the pet. And you got to do that for like every pet that you want. So if you want multiple pets, you got to go grind out the reputation on every single pet. It's just like an MMO all over again, with rep grinds and daily quests. Oh man. And not a single one of the bosses in that game are actually hard either. If you ever had trouble with any of those bosses, all they are is stat checks. That's it. They're just stat checks. Pure and simple. All you need is you just need to level up and increase your gear. And once you pass the stat check, like, the boss will be easy. Every single one of those bosses. They were designed that way by the developers. There's actually a quote by the developers talking about how the bosses are literally stat checks, and they want to make sure that you can't pass this area without having the appropriate stats. And so if you don't have the appropriate stats, they basically make the boss next to impossible unless you have that, like, stat requirement. And then once you hit the stat requirement, you just raffle stomp them. It kind of reminds me of good old JRPGs. You remember how in JRPGs you could just out-level the monster or the boss? Like, who needs to actually come up with tactics on how to fight the boss? You can just out-level it. I don't know the abbreviation. OSRS, hot gyro.
Old school RuneScape.
Oh, maybe a little bit back in the day. Not much. When I was younger, I played a bunch with one of my friends over at his house. He had Final Fantasy VII on PlayStation 1. I didn't have a PlayStation 1. So I was playing Final Fantasy VII on the PlayStation while he was playing RuneScape. And sometimes I would come over and check out what he was doing, but no, I've never actually played, like, full by myself. I was more interested in Final Fantasy VII at that time. I ended up buying it for PC. I had the PC version of Final Fantasy VII. I think I lent it to one of my friends, and they never gave it back, which was rather unfortunate. I think it's worth a bunch of money at this point. I swear, sometimes I'm having trouble getting the second one to spawn. I don't know what's going on. I get the first one to spawn instantly, and then the second one won't spawn.
Sword.
Final Fantasy 14 is really the only MMO I stuck with for years. Final Fantasy 14 has devolved into, and I'll probably get some hate for saying this, but it's literally just like the trans hookup spot at this point. Like, I think like 50 to 55% of that game is literally just trans people dressing up in different outfits. It is the weirdest, like, game at this point. I don't even know, like, it's literally, like, almost entirely furries, trans people, and, like, people who want to dress up as a boy and who are girls, and people who want to, like, drag queens, and it's the weirdest freaking community ever. I played it when it came out, and it was a normal community, and now it's just, like, devolved into... I don't know. A hive of scum and villainy. To use a Star Wars term. It's literally just like a hive of scum and villainy now. I did. I played Final Fantasy 14. I was good at it. I made lots of money. I quit. I don't think I would ever go back. I highly preferred Final Fantasy 11. Final Fantasy 11 doesn't really exist anymore though, because they just completely and utterly changed the game by raising the level cap to 99 and then made everything like super easy. It's not the same game anymore. Plus nobody plays it anymore either. Which I can't blame them because they made everything super easy. And Eve has got too many flaws. I played Eve back in the day. I sold my account. I did not like it. Let's make a space game that's all about space and the vastness of space, and then let's put jump gates where people get ganked at the jump gates and lose all their stuff. That's always fun. Who doesn't like getting ganked at the jump gates? Come on, get ganked at the jump gates with us, guys. Just trying to bind you.
Salutations.
Not in town.
Ba, 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 la, 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 la.
Yes.
The story on Final Fantasy 11 was good. The story on Final Fantasy 14 was good. I mean, I'll agree. I like the story. It definitely had a better story than a lot of other MMOs. Herald of Fright.
Harry, you're a wizard.
I don't even think you need Magic Fund, Leon. Like, I legitimately don't even think you need Magic Fund. I think that they are programmed by design to drop uniques and set items. Like, to a degree that literally, like, you don't have to ever even bother, like, actually building Magic Find. I think you would literally just play with 0% Magic Find, farm tier 2 Harries, and just, like, not even worry about it, because they're designed to drop uniques. I mean, I see so many uniques falling out of them all the time. Granted, they're not always the unique that I want, but that's how the system works, right? It doesn't always give you exactly what you want. But the fact that I'm seeing, like, a unique item or a set item, like, almost every single time I kill one, is just proof in the pudding that they're just designed to drop those items. I don't even know Magic Find would even have an effect on them. Not when they have, like, a special loot table like that. I'm worried that they're just trying to give D2 like the frickin' Diablo 3 treatment or something. Like, they don't know how to do anything else, so they're just like, let's turn it into Diablo 3. Loot pinatas everywhere. Who doesn't like loot pinatas? Loot pinatas.
Well, it's sad to say, but that's who the expansion attracted. That's kind of what happened. They attracted a bunch of people who are casuals who don't have time to grind, And they're like, I'll never see a Sunder. I never see a Herald. I can't do this. And that's what this change is about. Trying to answer the people about the game that we're not already
Never
playing.
see asunder. What are the chances that everything in the PTR carries to the main game? Depends on the feedback. I mean, if the feedback's mostly negative, they may change some of the stuff. But if we've got some of the content creators and people out there like saying how much they love the changes,
Good afternoon.
I don't know. Earlier, somebody said Sweet Phil said he loved the changes. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think this is the right change for Diablo 2. Like, I feel like we're going in the wrong direction. We're going in a direction that basically makes the game worse. It makes the game more like Diablo 4 or more like Diablo 3. It's endless smoothing. Let's take away any kind of challenge in farming the monsters and let's just give everybody free tier 2 heralds that drop Sunder Charms. Let's, oh, people can't find any, like High Lord's Wraths or Maras. Let's just make the heralds drop, like, a massive number of amulets so they'll get exactly what they want. Like, oh, you can't get a sling ring? Okay, let's just make the heralds drop a massive number of rings so they can get what they want. Oh, you guys are having trouble finding, fat rainbow facets? Okay, we'll just make the heralds drop a huge number of jewels. That'll handle it, and then people will get tons of jewels so they can drop what they want. Like, I don't know. It's like a backpedaling, but it's also like a side pedaling at the same time. It's like they side pedaled and backpedaled simultaneously, like some sort of weird crab creature. D2R forums. I'm looking at the forums. Warlock nerf demotivates casual players. Horrible streamer attitude. So basically, Llama and Macro Boy are in agreement that they like the changes. Getting angry at a streamer because he's tired of answering 1,275,785 times the same question is really some entitled stuff. Man, how many times have I got angry for at people asking the same question about 10,000 times?
Sweet's in your chat. Mr. Phil.
What's up, Phil? I didn't even know what your opinion was, Phil, but somebody was making fun of you on the forums. Actually, they were talking good about you. Actually, they said, "Hey, if you don't like the changes, go to the forums and share your opinion." That's what they said, specifically. Which is much better than gaslighting. What did he say? The entire stream gaslighting people into believing the rug wasn't pulled. That's pretty rough. I'm just reading the forums. The forums are fun to read. Good to see you, Phil. I like some of the changes. I also hate some of the changes. And I also think that some of the changes are weird. They're just really weird. Like, I can't... I think overall, I dislike the patch. I think there's definitely things I like, and there's definitely things I hate, and I can't really... It's like 60% hate, 40% like, I think, is where I'm currently sitting right now. Well, I mean, the Tainted fix is just a fix. That was just a bug fix, and it might end up getting dialed back at some point. I don't know. We'll see. I do think that Echoing Strike needs, like, at least one part of it undone. They gotta give it, they gotta throw it a bone. Like, it doesn't do anything now. It doesn't have anything special going for it. Like, they need to do something to give it something special so that it actually does something. I don't know what, but it's gotta do something. Can't take away every single aspect of an ability and then just be like, look, it's fine. Rise of the Llama Man. The hell? It just procs Purge a lot. I mean, no, you can do Hexbane, you can do Hex Purge. I mean, you can still do a physical version. I don't know why you would. I don't think the physical version is really worth it anymore. But you can still do the physical version, and it works. It's not freaking like P8 clear in like 10 seconds character anymore, but it still functions. It's there. I don't think I would ever specifically choose it over other options, but it's there. I think the one thing that I would do to give back Echoing Strike just a little bit of its identity would be the ethereal stuff. I would just reverse that. Give it back the ethereal weapons. Let it have its one. Let it be a one-trick pony, because that's all it is anyway. It's like it doesn't have any tricks right now. It's a no-trick pony. We don't like no-trick ponies. We want more than one-trick pony. we need a single-trick pony. That's what we need.
Yeah, it was the coolest part about it that there was like spreadsheets upon spreadsheets of 20 different weapons that are possibly this, and you could do this rune word, this, that.
Yeah. It opens up. It opens up. You know, ability. It makes those weapons that are useless useful. You know, it gives them a purpose basically, which is really cool.
Now it's like, oh, just get your Breath of the Dying, you know, massive damage Breath of the Dying. Just throw that on because that's all you can really use, and then there you go, done.
I'm just gonna go do Blade Sentinel and just just be OP. I'm pretty sure Blade Sentinel is absolutely broken now with Dreadfact. Destroyed build diversity. I mean, I don't know completely. You can still use two-handers and a freaking book together, which is still nutty. I mean, the two-handed book combo was already one of the best combos in the game. You have to run Purge? I mean, yeah, you can run Purge, or you can run Hexbane. I think Hexbane is better on points. Purge is harder on points, isn't it? Like, skill point-wise? Isn't it, like, more...
Well, Purge actually has less synergies, but it doesn't overlap synergies.
Yeah,
so
that-
Hexbane
yeah,
has an
that's what I mean.
overlapping synergy, but Purge doesn't. But Purge also has less synergies. And Purge is just better because Hexbane divides the damage. Purge actually multiplies in every
Well, I
blade.
guess you don't need Sigil Death, because Sigil Death is just your chance to erupt per level. So I think you could avoid that, right? So 20, 40,
You
60...
don't even max it. You actually play it hybrid now. I think the best way right now, without having the full magic gear, is you do half echo, half purge. Like as far as synergies are concerned. And then you do the rest in the demon tree.
I mean, you still have to build Hexbane anyway for Hexpurge. I don't know why they made them synergies for each other.
You could do Hexbane or Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast gives you at least some leech and some extra damage in melee range. I think it's actually better than Bane for the synergy. If you're going to sacrifice one.
Good evening.
Hmm. Ba 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 la ba ba la 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 la. Warlock over nerf, global tuning, new 30-year-old bug discovered. The Amazon run speed is not correct. Blood boil radius too small. Warlock nerf demotivates casual players. Zax is up here offering his services.
But it's kind of funny that they gave us like plus 40 skills on echoing. And the gear they gave us so bad that everyone goes in with plus 40 skills and is dying on P1 and like running away from heralds. I think that's a lot of stuff too people are seeing. Like a lot of casuals like, I'm never going to have that gear. I'm never going to have the torch. I'm never going to have all that stuff. All those skillers. And you guys are struggling.
Hold on. I got an analogy. You know I love analogies. I mean, guys, I'm never going to have a Bugatti, man. I'm never going to have a mansion. Man, you know, I'm never going to be able to stop working. I'm always going to have to work, and I'm never be able to just stay home and just not be able to work. You know, I'm never going to have $1 million. Man, this freaking sucks. I wish somebody would just give me a Bugatti, $1 million, and, like, a free house, and let me stay home and never have to go to work again. That'd be great. That's basically what that sounds like to me. Like, oh, I'm never going to get this amazing item that's an endgame piece of equipment that, like, is out of my reach. Oh, no. Why should I have to work for that? Why can't you just give it to me? Why can't you just give me a Griffins and give me an Fortitude Thunderball? Why can't you just give me a Fur Rune and an Enigma? And why can't you just give me a Sundering? And why can't you just give me all these things? Like, things are out of reach for a reason. There should always be things out of reach. If there's not things out of reach, then there's nothing to strive for. If you're not striving for something, well, then what are you doing? Like, it's stupid. It's stupid not to have things to strive for. Like, if everything's given to you, you got nothing. What are you doing with your life? I remember an interview with PewDiePie. PewDiePie said, I'm rich. He said, I'm so rich, I got nothing to look forward to. He goes, so you know what I did? I started to invent reasons to look forward to things. He goes, I told myself I wouldn't get a new pair of shoes until my pair of shoes wore out. He goes, so I would find things to do to wear out my shoes faster. He goes, and then once my shoes were worn out, I would get excited, and I would go to the store and I would pick myself out a new pair of shoes because I had forbade myself from getting a pair of shoes unless my shoes had worn out. Like, that's the kind of things that rich people do to entertain themselves because they already have everything that they need. They already have everything they want. They literally got the cheat code they won at life, and now they've got to come up with stupid games to keep themselves entertained. I'm never going to buy myself a pair of shoes until my pair of shoes wears out. Meanwhile, he's got like $1 million in the bank and could have any pair of shoes he ever wanted in the existence of time and space. New Blizzard tracker. There's nothing in the Blizzard tracker. Bum, 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 beanie, nee, nee, nee. I was trying to see if Phil was live so I could go raid his stream. He is not live. He must be.
Earlier.
He must just be hanging out. Sometimes I'd just be laying in bed hanging out. Sometimes and I'd pull up some people's streams and start chatting. Go to the, let's see, forums. Should be a public test realm section. Categories. PTR feedback. Heralds need a nerf now. With how much Echoing Strike got nerfed, it became too big of a problem dealing with heralds. They can't one-shot the monster anymore, so they actually have to have defensive mechanics. Something I've been saying for a very long time when people were talking about how overpowered the Warlock is. The Warlock's not overpowered. It's very weak defensively. It has almost no defensive mechanics whatsoever. And anytime that you actually have to engage in combat with a monster and they actually hit you back, you find out just how weak your monster, your player is. And without the ability to one-shot the monster, of course the monster is going to be able to hit you back. And so now they're starting to realize just how weak the Warlock actually is defensively. Honestly, it's a good balancing mechanic. The Warlock should be weak defensively. He's got a lot going for him. He's got a freaking minion that can tank for him. He's got all sorts of stuff. Like, he should be weak defensively. And Lethargy, yes, also works very well. So you can teleport, reposition your merc, put your Lethargy down, and you can put your merc or your minion in between you and the enemy. Like, there's tons of ways that you can potentially, like, avoid damage just by simply teleporting your demon or your mercenary in the way. But you definitely don't want to get hit on the Warlock. It's such a weak character. If you have a Fortitude armor on, you can get that defensive bonus, which is helpful. And if you happen to build block chance, you might be able to be somewhat tanky. But, like, comparatively to, like, a Paladin or a Barbarian, you're nowhere near as tanky as a Paladin or a Barbarian. I'm not against more frequent Herald spawns, but how it works now is quite bad. Multiple times Heralds just suddenly spawned basically directly next to me, which on hardcore can result in instant death. Fine with the game not be easy, but this spawning mechanic is now just too unpredictable and will be horrible for hardcore mode. I mean, yeah, we already said this. I also don't like jumping from game to game. Heralds cannot spawn on top of players without warning. I mean, there is a warning. Are you deaf? There definitely is a warning. It's not a very advanced warning. You got about like 3 whole seconds to get out of the way, but there's a warning. There definitely is a warning. 3,300 HP and max ult res plus fort. Yeah, I said fort. If you have fort, you have a defensive mechanic. That's a defensive layer. So you have some defense. Whereas without fortitude, you have no defense. Fortitude can be placed on any character, though. So using fortitude as an example doesn't really help. Like if you say, okay, well my warlock is tankier because I have fortitude. Okay, now what if I put that fortitude on a paladin? The paladin now has his normal defensive mechanics and he has fortitude. So you have none of his defensive mechanics plus fortitude. He has all of his defensive mechanics plus fortitude, which means he gets many factors even more tanky with fortitude. You just get barely okay passable tankiness by adding fortitude to your character. The HP bonus is nice if you're using like CTA. I don't tend to use CTA on the Warlock at all, though. He's got so much HP already. Like he's at like 2. You can easily hit 2,000 without CTA. I just don't see the need. I much rather prefer to have like a melee off swap or a ranged off swap, depending on what I'm running, so I can swap back and forth between the melee or ranged, and that way I have access to both melee and ranged at the same time. I tested out Maximum Blind Demon, Demon Mastery, and Blood Oath, and then went to Uber Tristram and bound one of those pit lords that are immune to everything except for physical. Took a lot of effort to do this. Yes, it does. And then I went into the Colossal Ancients fight to see how long it would stay alive. I think it stayed alive for less than a minute. I mean, it's a really bad test. Like, Overland, you're never going to watch those. But for those of you who don't realize, the Uber Ancients are almost entirely physical damage. Yeah, they have some elemental damage, but they're basically all physical, right? So, sure, those blind demons, those demons in the thing that are immune to fire, lightning, ice, magic, poison, etc., those are strong, yes, but they're not immune to physical. That's the one weakness of those demons, is they don't have good physical resistance, and they're easy to kill with a physical character. That's how they were designed. You took them into the Ancients, which is literally a boss fight that every single one of those monsters does high physical damage, and of course he got absolutely raffle stomped. I mean, you would be much better throwing in a stone skin monster into that mix and seeing how he goes. But, I mean, I'm not going to, like, argue the point. The point that he's trying to make is that the Vine Demons are weak, and they are. They are weak. They're not very strong at all. And, yeah, if you get the right Vine Demon with the right immunity, you might be able to make it survive versus a specific element type. Like, for instance, if you go up against Lilith, you'd probably want something that's immune to poison. If you go up against, like Mephisto, like Uber Mephisto, you would definitely want something immune to lightning, very much so immune to lightning. Something that has like innate lightning resistance and then also has lightning enchanted on top of it, so that it could be overprotected from lightning breaking of the conviction aura. Like, there are definitely ways that you could potentially make a tankier version versus specific monsters, but there's nothing like all encompassing that you're going to be able to grab. Like, that was his idea. He's trying to grab, like, the one that's immune to everything and then bring it into the thing. But he literally brought the one that was immune to everything but physical and then set him against physical damage monsters, which is like the worst thing. I'm not even going to bother to reply to that. Can't bind a demon. Yes, I have bind demon maxed at 20. Binding is quite bad. Yes, it is. I mean, it's doable. It's just, it takes a long time. It really does. Blood boil radius feels way too small. Yep, there's the blade warp doesn't work miasma chains, which really needs to be fixed. For these heralds, the PTR changes promote a bad gameplay loop. That's what we were talking about. The player will now just simply enter Terror Zone, immediately kill 1 to 2 heralds, grab the loot, and leave the game, rinse and repeat. These changes basically invalidate tiers 3 to 5 heralds and also invalidate Worldstone shards, terrorizing entire acts. It removes any incentive for players to stay in the same game, farming Terror Zones. No, it removes incentive for you. Other players can decide for themselves. No, it's objectively the best option.
Yeah, I would only stay in a game at this point if I was trying to hunt a specific unique ring or something, or amulet. That's the only time I would stay in. But I would have already farmed like 30 Sunders before I started doing that.
Gotta hit that caps lock key. Arguing on the BNet forums, we've reached the peak of endgame. Yes! I just want to see what other people are saying, that's all. What am I going to play next? Strimmer? What's a strimmer? Is that like a trimmer, but like for my balls? Is that what that is? Is that a ball trimmer? Next season? Is that what you meant to say? Next season, I was considering the Taint Lock, or I was considering doing one of the other overpowered builds that has been buffed up this with all the changes. I mean, with the changes that they've made, the Sunder Charms, the new Guardian Jewels, and a bunch of other things, I would totally assume yours. I don't care. I ain't giving 2 craps about that crap. But like with all the stuff they've made, there's a lot of fun builds that you could potentially do outside of the Warlock that have gotten like a 10 to 20, sometimes even 30% increase in power level. There's tons of builds. Like my freaking Sanic to Hoochag character would be really OP this season with the extra like negative 20 to negative 30% extra negative resistance on top of the already crazy amount that he already was running. Quite a few characters, honestly. Like the Javazon's probably super overpowered now with the extra negative 20%. The freaking the magic characters. I was halfway considering like a Bone Spear Necromancer running like all the magic negative magic resistance and plus magic skill damage. Like that seems kind of interesting. I don't know. I was thinking about a whole bunch of different builds, a whole bunch of different characters. I already redid my Godzilla, and my Godzilla was like absolutely freaking nutty. Demon points question: when you say soft points, does that include hard points and soft points combined? Yeah, soft points is generally a combination of both your hard points and soft points. So if you have 10 hard points and you have 20 soft points, then that is considered 30 soft points. Hard points are always considered soft points, but soft points are not always considered hard points. Giggity.
Oh boy.
I mean, this season it was bound to be that way. I mean, we had some guy at the beginning of the season. He's like, the Warlock has ruined the build diversity because everybody's just a Warlock. Every game I go in, it's just 8 Warlocks. I'm even a Warlock, and I don't even want to be one. And I'm like, well, it's a brand new season, and it's been 25 years since they made a new class. And, of course, the Warlock is going to be really popular this season. I was like, give it like 2 or 3 seasons for the Warlock popularity to die down, and then people will go back to their other usual favorites. Energy Shield does nothing against dolls? Yeah, it does. It does. Just, you might not have enough. Oh my god. I forgot to buff up. What am I doing? No wonder nothing's dying.
First of all, you don't need Enigma for Jabazon. Number two, all that stuff was super cheap this season, Jules. Because everyone's playing Warlock. Like, none of Griffins was not a burr or anything like that. I dropped a negative 20 Griffins. And I couldn't even sell it for a low. Like, get out of here with that junk.
Frickin' Jabazon is one of the fastest characters in the game. Like, Titans have run walk on them. The boots have run walk on them. You get yourself a nice little vigor girl and run around like crazy, like a little crackhead. And now that you can, well, actually I don't even know if you can terrorize the cow level yet. If you could terrorize the cow level. Ow, pain.
Oh boy.
I don't even know why I'm here. What am I doing in this game? TZ changed a while ago.
Oh, those cold crow. Oh, yeah. Don't like cold crow.
Good afternoon.
Bigger world. Boom. Why can't you zoom like the flare? Why can't you zoom like the flare? I've made tons of Sonic the Hedgehog style characters that zoom around. Hey look, another ring. It's almost like the guy was programmed to drop rings. Ring-a-ding-ding-dang-dong. A ring-a-ding-ding-dang-dong. Ring-a-ding-ding, ring-a-ding-ding, ring-a-ding-ding-dang-dong. We got a ring, 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 banana phone. Demon comment question. If I want to keep the monster's aura. So yeah, as far as we're aware with the current bug that is allowing you to keep the unique monster's aura, if you have a lower than level 19, greater than level 15 soft point and hard point combination, it needs to be in between 15 and 19, not over 19 to 20. And for some reason, it'll let you keep the aura that the demon is using. Yes. It's not that complicated. The number needs to be between the numbers 14 and 19. You cannot exceed 14. Or sorry, you cannot exceed 19. Any higher than 19 is out. 20 is outright. 21 is outright as well. 22 is definitely wrong. 23 is off and not correct. 14 is definitely also incorrect.
Another Grand Charm.
I just got a black hand key and a sticky pike. You dirty hobo.
My third cold rupture. Man, the bots would be so happy with me right now. Like, if this was next season, I'd be so rich. 3 bots would be just paying me.
That's another reason I really, really, really don't like the changes. I think they need to patch out the exploit where people are getting the sunders from the previous version of the game, and they also need to not do this change that they're doing. Because I feel like it's just going to overly allow the bots to farm. I feel like this season was the first season we didn't see the bots on a regular basis, because the bots were back in like freaking LOD trying to like make the game work for them because they couldn't farm effectively in like the Reign of the Warlock. I mean, bots are a source of revenue. Well, I think a lot of companies use them as a source of revenue, to be honest.
Which they messed up. They could have got more revenue if they did it right.
Yep. They missed out on millions of dollars. Millions and billions and millions and billions and billions and millions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions.
I'll see tomorrow, Ginge.
See, Snuggle Bunny.
An hour and a half of farming, and Countess gave me next to nothing.
For those of you who don't know what we're talking about when it comes to the bots, basically the bot accounts had to upgrade their accounts into Reign of the Warlock accounts, so they had to spend like $25 to $30 or whatever the current price is for the game. And instead of doing that, they just decided they were just going to farm everything on the same accounts and not pay for the upgrade. And by doing so, they were able to just continually farm. And then, because the game allows you to convert your non-Reign of the Warlock ladder characters to Reign of the Warlock ladder characters, which is stupid, by the way, they basically would just have one account where they would transfer everything over, or 2 or 3 accounts. And they would just transfer the items to that account and then convert the character over. So basically, they didn't actually purchase Reign of the Warlock on their bot accounts, which is just so much lost money for Blizzard. If they were smart, they would have capped out the. They would have basically disabled the ability to convert Reign of the Warlock or LOD characters to Reign of the Warlock in the latter season, because it would have forced all those accounts to actually purchase the Reign of the Warlock expansion. And I'm pretty sure that they missed out on like millions of dollars. Not like a little bit of money. No, they probably missed out on literal millions of dollars. Holy Jesus, I just found a Soj. Now I freaking know these stupid monsters are busted. Now I know without a shadow of a doubt they're busted. Because you don't get a freaking Soj from a random herald. That's some freaking flim-flammery injected bullcrap. PTR Soj from a herald because the herald keeps injecting rings. They're just injecting rings over and over and over again. Ring, 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 ring. So eventually you're going to end up with a Soj. This is so stupid. This is going to be the dumbest thing ever. I've never been more disappointed to find a Soj in my entire life.
I love this.
Dude, they're gonna be dropping like candy. Everybody's gonna be wearing like 2 Sojas on their hands, like you know, back in like D2 Classic, where like everybody had Sojas and Sojas were currency. It's gonna be like that. Like that's how freaking common Sojas are gonna get. They're just gonna be everywhere, all over the place, like so filled with Sojas, people are gonna be throwing them away. What is this bow build? It's Hexbane. I don't even have a good bow. I'm literally using an Insight Blade bow right now.
It's a fast
Hey,
one.
look, another ring. Hey, look, guys, another ring. And I got a tooth throw armor. Get a little booty hole out of my face. I can't believe I just found a Soge. I literally cannot believe I just found a Soge. You know how many Soges I've found? Like total, like in total, like my entire Diablo 2 career? 3. I found 3. I just found the 4th one and it's from a bugged monster. And, you know, it wouldn't be so bad if I'd spent like an hour or two getting like a tier 5 herald and it was like a tier 5 herald drop or something and it was like a reward for like time well spent. Like, what time? I walk into the game, kill a couple monsters, 2 heralds pop out of their buttholes, and then I kill them and they drop me like a freaking Soge and like random stuff. It's dumb.
I didn't think they ever needed to add that injection thing, and I don't know why they did that. Why did they add in the charms, the amulets, the ring? Why?
Why? They obviously don't know how the drop system works in this game. They thought they knew when they were making Diablo 4, when they were like, we made the drops exactly like Diablo 4 drops, and it just didn't work. And it's like, no, you didn't. No, you did not. And they still don't know how the freaking D2 drops work. They're just trying to like artificially inject stuff into the list.
Yeah, they still believe they did it, and I'm like, it's crazy.
I will fight that developer. Where's that developer at? We're having a knockdown drag out.
They thought they did it. They thought they did the leveling the same. I'm like, no, 99 takes way longer than 100 ever did in that game at the beginning.
Hey, look.
I did it a couple days solo.
A ring. Ring. Look at all my rings. I'm a freaking bling. Got my rings from my heralds and I'm gonna freaking win because I got a Soge and I got a ring. Dual leech babies in my all-res rings and I got rings coming out of every orifice. I'm gonna wear them on my toes and my borifice. Don't tell me nothing. I'm wearing on my Joe. Going down all the way really freaking low. Rings. I got all the rings. Every single ring coming out of the bling. Rings, all my freaking rings, soldiers, and every single ring got a sling ring like freaking Doctor Strange. Gonna teleport to the other side of the range. A herald is hunting you. Let me guess, another ring. Oh, I got a stiletto this time.
I am overburdened.
I got the horrible storm spike stiletto. Well, I got my 2 heralds. Time to move on to the next game. Your wife asked you what the hell you're watching, Mark? Oh, Mark Austin. You gotta give her the straight dope.
What do you need?
You gotta tell her all about the crazy things that we talk about while we're getting our rings. We got so many and we're wearing them all, but that's not even what I'm talking about, Jamal. Come on down and see my heralds, y'all. I'm gonna kill about 1,000 hauls. Every single one's gonna drop me a ring, and I'm gonna have some fancy bling. Bling, 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 ring. Come on down to bling and rings. Bling, bling, blingy rings. Come on down and get some rings. Bling and rings. Hey, look, I got a set amulet. Angelic wings.
I can't.
I think I already have an angelic wings, but whatever. Battle booties. Boots, boots, boots. Booty, boots, boots, booty, booty, boots, boots, boots. I really just don't understand. They took away Andariel's drop table because Andariel was the most broken boss that ever existed, apparently, and that you could do a holy grail on Andariel's titties in like a day, and then they just add this back in. Like this what? How is this any better than, like, this is worse than Andariel, and Andariel didn't guarantee me Sojas. Like, she was the best chance at a Soj, but you could still farm her like 1,000 times and get nothing. Frickin' Soj.
Like, this loot might have made sense if the heralds were the way they were, where you basically got no heralds ever.
Yeah, if the heralds were rare, yeah, it would kind of make some sense if the heralds were rare and you you spent like 2 or 3 hours and you got like 4 or 5 heralds or something. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, you just walk into a game, kill a couple monsters, you got like 2 heralds almost instantaneously, and then you move on to the next game and you just get 2 heralds. Like, do you guys remember the short I made where I said 260 heralds a game, like a full clear? It's pretty much the same thing. You literally just join, kill 2 heralds, leave. Join, kill 2 heralds, leave. Join, kill 2 heralds, leave. And in that same vein, like, if you were to do that and count like zone by zone and how much time it takes you, I think you might actually be getting more heralds than the 260 heralds per game. Like, I was talking about 260 heralds per full game clear. This is 260 heralds basically per 130 games, which I think takes you a lot less time than a full game clear. The old one was 17 heralds was generally the amount if you did a full game clear beginning to end. That was about how many you got in the previous version. About 17 heralds per full game clear. Assuming P8, you're clearing the full game in 45 minutes. That sounds absolutely not correct. I don't think I've ever seen us clear the game in 45 minutes.
Okay, I think he's talking about 8 sweaty players with the best gear splitting up or something.
Yeah, maybe if you split. If you're splitting, I could see it. This better not be another Soj. If this is another Soj... Okay, it's a 7% mantled heal. Alright, forgiven. I was about to go off if it was another Soj. I was about to lose it. You're gonna see Ginger pop. Right, like a vein, like a big sweaty vein in his forehead, just like pops out. Yeah, but I mean, I understand what you're trying to say, Genghis Bong, but I also feel like you're completely way off base.
You also have to divide that by 8.
Yes, you're talking about 8 players, so 8 players would be able to do 2 heralds each among themselves in single player games. So that means that each person would get 2 heralds. You're talking about 16 heralds per run, times whatever number of runs that you could do in that time period, which honestly, it's not that hard to get the 2 heralds to spawn. Let's say you could, like, 2 minutes. I think 2 minutes is pushing it. So let's say 2 minutes, which is like 30 times 30 an hour. So you're like 30, which is like 480 heralds in that same time span. So, like, while I understand what you're saying, which is you have 8 sweaty players in a game clearing the game altogether, that hardly compares to what the current meta would be, which is literally just 8 players by themselves all farming 2 heralds apiece as quickly as they possibly could. It's not even close. You're talking about like 480 heralds an hour. And with the rate that they're dropping jewels and sunders and everything else, that's a lot of gear. That's literally exactly what you said.
Literally tried to correct him, saying, "Oh, it was 20 heralds an hour. It was never 20 heralds an hour. Maybe at the top end for 8 people," and that's what he's arguing. It's like, take that same top end and apply it to the current PTR. That's exactly what he just said to you. He's talking to you.
Yeah, I'm literally telling you that, like, when you apply your same exact logic to the current PTR, it makes your example look stupid. I don't want to farm the herald in here because they keep flying over the water, and then I kill them, and then they don't drop anything because they're flying over the water. We are comparing to the PTR. We're playing PTR right now. We're talking about PTR. We are comparing to PTR. Everything we're doing is being compared to PTR. Everything. Your mom is being compared to PTR. Congratulations.
No.
I just can't stand when people come in here and say the dumbest things in the world and then, like, argue the point. You want to argue the point? I'm gonna argue the point, and I'm gonna point out how stupid your argument is. Good. Well, I hope they do it to get me. No, I think Genghis Bong actually just genuinely doesn't understand how to play the game, anything outside the meta. Most of his comments have to do with, like, extreme sweaty boy meta cases. Like, he's talking about, like, 8 high-level players all playing in conjunction with each other with, like, complementary builds, like, in the sweatiest fashion known to man. And even in those situations, he's still wrong, because most of the time those situations, when then applied to the PTR, prove that his example isn't even really that great. It's like you take those same sweaty 8 players and put them in the current meta, they're going to farm like 10 times as many heralds. Actually, 100 times as many heralds as they did previously. Actually, not even 100. Because what is it, like 20 an hour, maybe, if you're lucky, with like 8 sweaty boys? Now it's like 480 an hour with the same 8 sweaty boys? What is that? Like, 4... Let's divide it, shall we? So, like, 480 divided by 20, that's literally 24 times more efficient with the current meta than the old meta. 24 times more efficient. And you're going to get tons of amulets, rings, jewels, and charms. So have fun with it. Sounds like you're just jealous, that's all. Cody, are you kicking my green screen again? Yes, you are. Why are you always kicking my green screen? Can you please not kick my green screen? I'd appreciate that if you could just not do that. That'd be great. Thank you. I appreciate that. He just lays on the floor and like kicks the green screen out of the way. He's like, "What's this? It sucks. It's in my way. Move." Move. Dude, the movement speed on these little spitty boys, Leon, is so high. The little flares that spit. And with the vigor aura, dude, he's like running around like a little crackhead. I don't know if you've been watching him, but he literally just like... Pew, 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 pew. It's freaking great. They can't even catch his little butt half the time. Like, he doesn't die because they can't catch him. He just runs away. They can't do anything about it.
So fast.
I mean, people like speed and people like efficiency. Well, vigor is very efficient, and it's way better than frickin' teleport. Like, if you're fast enough, you don't need to worry about teleporting. You just run there. And if you can run there, that means you can attack while you're moving. You can't attack while you're teleporting. You can teleport and then attack, but you can't attack and teleport at the same time. With vigor, you can literally just, like, frickin' you go so fast it doesn't even matter. Like, okay, you stopped for a half a second. All right, Speedy Gonzalez over here. Combine that together with consume, you're just like blazing around the map.
Give me a magic someday. I'm just gonna respec after this.
Miasma Chains is stronger with the patch. It is stronger in that you can cast 5 of them, and you can essentially hit a target with all 5 chains rather quickly, but it is weaker in that it costs more mana and it does way less damage. So while you can get more chains out quickly and deploy them essentially like you're a National Guard deployation standard, like it's stronger in one vein, but then weaker in like every other way. And I think net positive or net negative, it's a net negative. I really don't understand how it could ever be stronger, because they nerfed it like 3 ways from Sunday. I mean, one look at the patch notes, you can see all the nerfs they did to it. The first nerf they did to it was right here, which prevented it from being able to exponentially tick, which lowered the damage tremendously. The second nerf was this one with the next hit delay, preventing any monster from getting hit multiple times by the same chain. And then the third nerf they did to it was with the activation of the actual chain. So the Miasma Cloud doesn't activate as quickly anymore. That was across the board. Like, it seems like the Miasma chains, the missile spawns, don't really spawn very quickly anymore on any of it. And then they removed the casting delay, which was a buff. They added the chain limit of 5, which is a nerf. And then they reduced the cloud damage by 50%, which is another nerf. Like, across the board, it's like 5 nerfs and 1 buff. It's still a net negative overall. I mean, it's not like the patch notes have to be approved as a we're not in Congress, Kyle. Like they don't need to be improved as a package. It's not a package deal where you have to approve the entire package or it doesn't get to be approved at all. Like certain parts of the patch can be vetoed and certain parts of the patch can be accepted. Like I strongly think there's some really good stuff in the patch, and I also strongly think there's some really dumb stuff in the patch. The popcorn now does more damage than Echoing Strike? Yeah, but what if you put Hex Purge on the popcorn? Now that's the question. I mean, ultimately what they do to the Warlock doesn't really affect the whole game. At the end of the day, the Warlock changes themselves. The changes specific to the Warlock are just Warlock changes, and that's it. And I don't really care. But the Herald changes are not limited only to the Warlock. Those are changes across the board that are going to affect every single person that plays the game. I don't like them. I think they need to roll those back immediately. No, they got my minion. Goaty goats, I need you. The power of friendship. The goats are like, you summoned us to die. Yes. Your sacrifice, it will not be in vain. Hey, look, guys, another ring. Somehow I feel like if I were to just make a clip of all the drops that I'm getting from these heralds, and just clip them together in like an endless string of like a sizzler reel, people would really start to understand just how broken the drops are from them. They'd be like, okay, so we got a Soch. All right, so we got a... Okay. Okay, so we got a Tyraels. All right, so we got a Mimaras. Okay, so we got a Poison Facet. Okay, so we got a Fire. Okay, so we got a Lightning Facet. Okay, so we got a Nig. Okay, so we got a Sling Ring. You know, it's not that broken. Okay. Okay, you got a Griffins. All right. Okay, he got a Spirit Ward. Okay, okay, this is getting a little ridiculous now. I'm not sure about this. Okay, he got another Soch. Oh my god. So many freaking champion bloodlords. Do champion bloodlords. Some Soch rings vibrate. Hell rune. But battle boots. But battle cutes. But battle boots. Is it ethereal? It is not ethereal.
Nosferatos.
You got a coil.
Yep.
It's a good one. I forget. Does the new Geeds have attack speed on it,
I dropped one. Let me look at it.
or is
I
it
don't
just,
think-
or is it just cast speed?
I think it's cast speed, all res, negative res, faster one block, faster hit recovery, no attack speed.
Okay, so Nosferatu still has a use then. I couldn't remember if they had like invalidated Nosferatus or if they kept it like okay. Because if Geats had attack speed on it, it probably would just end up being the superior version.
Afternoon.
Tanky.
Boop. Rigid Highlands. Ah, Spear Cats. Why is it always frickin' Spear Cats? Do 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 do. Teleport around and kill stuff, cause that's what we do. Teleport around and kill stuff. Your mama smells like the poo. Like no champions over here? I guess I already killed them all.
Okay. This is it's actually pretty good.
Wow.
The chaos magic stuff. And players win at least.
Yeah, P1 it seemed okay. It's just awkward. I think that's my main complaint about it, is it's just awkward. I think, are you using Enigma with it, or are you using the,
Enigma, of course.
yeah.
That's to me that's the only way to play the chains.
Yeah, try playing it without it. It gets just, it's awful. It's awkward.
It's so good
it's
for the
awkward and
chains.
awful. Maybe if they fix Blade Warp or something.
I mean, I got no skillers and yeah, rolling over this stuff.
No doojang for me.
don't think I've ever dropped this item before either. But I have a name. Skull Collector.
It's a really good Warlock item, actually. The magic find on it is kind of insane for combining together with another magic find item. Plus skills, what is it, like 80% magic find or something? 88, I think. And then you can socket it and put a Istrun in it and make it even higher magic find. And then you can always put on like a magic find shield. Book, rather. Magic find, bookie, 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 book. So confused. I haven't seen a single herald spawn yet. Nothing. We want a picture, not a belly itcher. We want a scratcher, not a back scratcher. Man, I cannot get one of the heralds to spawn in this game. I feel like I must have broke something.
Having that issue. I just did a new game and haven't gotten one yet.
Think maybe they did a server-side hotfix?
I mean, I've been looking for blue posts. Haven't seen many blue posts.
Yeah, I was looking for blue posts too.
Are they talking in that one Discord? Is that them? I don't know. Where do these devs talk?
I don't know if there is an official Diablo 2 Discord. There is an official Diablo 4 Discord. However, the guy who runs the official Diablo 4 Discord is the same guy that runs the Diablo 2 Discord. Who's like in with Flint with the devs. He's also the same guy that's the director or the social media like person for Darkhaven. Ketriarez. I could try going to Ketriarez server and see what's going on there. Let me see, I can't remember which one is Ket's server. I got like 1,000 servers I'm in. Stupid. Yeah, this is his server. Okay. I see, like, nothing. There's really not much anything in here.
Oh, a Ravenfrost. An extra one. You want? Anyone? You really, really want?
Actually, I just finally got a freaking mantled heal, so I have some mana leech for the first time ever, and I found a havoc hold life leech ring with like 2 resistances on it. I'm using that.
Too bad you get an extra Ravenfrost on the ground. Too bad.
Look at that beautiful tank. Look at it. It's pretty. I found that.
Wow.
I also found this, which was kind of an interesting find. An amp ghost spear. It's ethereal.
Evening.
Yeah, I don't think those mercs are living without the top gear, and even then, I don't think they're living.
Especially not when they amp things. I'm just gonna walk out Bloody Foothills. I already cleared, like, Frigid.
We go old school. We got to put that one bow on the Act 1 merc and get Fanat.
Have they been hot patching anything in the PTR?
No. They haven't patched anything.
It's so silly.
I mean, on one hand, I'm incredibly grateful to even get a PTR. I'm super excited. Like, I didn't think we were getting another PTR ever. On the other hand... Why? Why? Why this? Why this? Why you do this to me?
I don't know, I just figured they would like try to live patch the PTR before they had to.
No, true to Blizzard form, what they're probably going to do is they're probably going to take the feedback, make some ridiculous change based on our feedback that has absolutely no solution to the problem, and then, like, make it go live. And be like, well, we listened to you guys. And you're like,
Yeah.
I gave an example earlier, Body Pig, of, like, an evil person who was, like, hanging a baby from a chain and, like dangling it over crocodiles, and, like, we complained. And they were like, we hear your feedback, and then you come back later, and the baby's still hanging, but hanging from a rope this time, because they heard the feedback that the alligators might get the baby, and they didn't want the alligators to choke on the chain, so they changed it to a rope. That way the alligators wouldn't choke on the chain. Like, they hear the feedback a lot of the times, but they just don't understand the feedback, and then they make changes that are just, like, nowhere near. It's like, no, that's not what we wanted at all. I don't know what's going on right now. That is some excessive level teleporting you've got going on there, sir.
The whole build is teleport in combat. It's a combat teleport.
Yeah, but you don't need to do that.
I need to get on them.
That's wasteful.
What's the There's a. I think it's Hanlon's razor. Never attribute to malice what can be explained for incompetence.
Always look on the bright side of life. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. Maybe he's just dumb, and that's alright. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. Because if you think he's mean, or he's trying to take your spleen, maybe he just doesn't understand. Maybe he would rather make a burger there, and maybe he would be better if he had a derriere. Always look on the bright side of life. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. I can't get the freaking heralds to spawn in this game. I'm abandoning this game. I've cleared, like, all of the upper area, all of the lower area, like, both zones, and there's just no heralds, so something bugged out.
You didn't even get the automatic ones?
What is the site that shows where you can farm items? Silo's Pen gives you a probability calculator. It tells you which monsters are most likely to drop the item, but I wouldn't use it as, like, a end-all, be-all of, like, the probability of getting an item, because it's really not that simple.
You gotta look at it like a field guide for hunting mushrooms.
What?
Yeah, so like they can tell you like, hey, this is where these mushrooms grow, but you gotta go during the right time of year and under certain conditions, and you could go on the right day with the right conditions, but maybe you don't find any mushrooms because you're not looking in exactly the right spot.
Monty Python for the win. Yeah. Because when people are being mean and they want to take your spleen.
I play echoing when you can play an actual caster and not have to deal with missing or durability. Bum, 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 bum.
More
Yay.
skills for proc for the 4th of July thing this year.
Yeah, I mean even though they nerfed the crap out of the they echoed the miasma chains, but it still looks pretty even though they nerfed the crap out of it. So I guess it'll work for the 4th of July.
Yeah.
It'll still be pretty, I suppose.
Pretty neat.
Vecna. Call this GGM_Vecna.
Yeah, what Gabe said. They should just drop all 5 heralds on our head at the same time. That's what they should do.
Oh, that sounds like an actual Uber boss, like better than Uber Ancients.
Yeah.
Just 5 ancients on
5
your
heralds.
head, all with different auras. This is a 4-socket champion sword.
Thorns Ancients.
Always look on the bright side of thorns. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo.
They
If
should
you
see a
hit yourself in the
paladin.
face, you can hit yourself in the face hard.
They should put Thorn's Aura into Uber Tristram and see if Paladin can smite them anymore.
Oh, here we go. Here's number 2.
They spawn with random auras. So some of the runs are just brick because it's like Thorns, Conviction, Cursed, like
Absolutely terrible items. Trident's not even ethereal. Screw it.
Ooh, Demon Head.
D.
Look what we just got.
D.
And Andaseat we got.
And Demarials. Stole it.
That's fine. Steal it, dude.
Yoink. Yoinkity boinkities.
Ginger, did you see Cooley's short video he made about they had like level 9 duels where they like leveled up together and
Oh, Iron Man's, yeah.
yeah.
He invited me. He invited me
had
to
a
go
whole-
do the Iron Mans. I didn't, I was freaking sick that day.
He had a hilarious jab at Llama. It was because of the build that Cooley chose. He's like, man, Cooley was like, Llama said, man, the Warlock's broken. Someone should have tested that. And Cooley's like, yeah, it's almost like 1 or 2 of us who are here right now should have play tested the character. Got him.
I mean, Llama's a speedrunner. I mean, at the end of the day, he probably did play test the character and was like, this is great.
Yeah. New world records incoming.
I mean, we're already done with this one, right? Because we got our
Yep.
2, but
Yep, we've been done.
I always keep like going a little bit further past the 2 just to see if the 3 will spawn, but it just never spawns.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not worth it overall. It's like
It just
I've
won't
done
spawn.
it enough. Done it enough. The
I've
meta
got-
was figured out.
I got it a couple times. Like I've gotten the 3 a couple times. Like I get lucky, but most of the time it just won't spawn. You can kill so many elites and champions too, and they just don't pop out. Alright, next game. Let's get our 17,000. I got a Soge earlier body pig from one of the heralds. They're so broken.
My.
They're so effing broken. Like, they couldn't be more broken if they tried to be more broken. That's how broken they are. It's like, would you like 1,000 jewels, 1,000 rings, 1,000 amulets, and everything in between? What's up, Ayers? What's broken? The drop table on the frickin' heralds. Like, it's just dirty, broken, insane. They basically program the heralds to drop rings, amulets, charms, and jewels. And Leon has like 12 freaking rainbow facets already. I've got like 4 rainbow facets already. I found a freaking Soge earlier. I got a Nagel, a Mantle, Ravenfrost. Like, they just drop everything. They just drop everything. And it's like a forced drop too, so you can obviously tell that it's not legitimate because they start dropping like the same item multiple times in a row. Like, for instance, you'll see multiple amulets. It's a horizons plus 2 demon.
Oh, actually, I have. Do you need the set pieces? I have extra pieces too.
I mean, I'm currently using Lava Galt. I mean, I could use the gloves if you got an extra set of gloves.
Extra book, extra gloves, extra Drax, extra Talrasha, extra Sagon.
Leon's been exploiting the ever-loving bejesus out of the out of the heralds. He has just been exploiting all of the heralds.
Yeah.
Why would you not exploit the heralds?
I need to know. I need to be able to give feedback. I need to know how strong is this farm.
I honestly would say that at its current level, speed, like the speed at which you can get your tier 2 herald, like if you really go efficient, the speed at which you are finding items, like in the sheer frequency of them, the fact that they drop 3 items, not 2, the fact that they keep injecting like high tier, high quality items into the loot table, I would say it's probably like 10 times more effective than Andariel. Terrorized. Like, you know how people absolutely loved and terrorized Andariel pre-nerf, and the reason why they loved it so much was because of all the amazing items that they were getting from pre-terrorized Andariel? This is way better than that. Like, by a factor of 10. It has to do with speed, because number 1, you actually have to find terrorized Andariel, which is not always the easiest thing, because level 3 is not always the easiest to read. Number 2, even if you get the terrorized Andariel quickly, that doesn't mean you're going to get to her quickly every single time. She doesn't. She's just 1 monster, whereas this you're getting 2.
And you don't need teleport for this at all.
And
Like,
you don't. Yeah.
is actually useful for the walls and stuff.
You don't need teleport. Like, you can teleport, but you don't need teleport. It's so fast. I'm pretty sure you could do these runs faster than you could ever do Andariel. Andariel doesn't guarantee you rings, amulets, charms, and jewels. She has a high drop chance for those items, and she has a better drop chance than most monsters in the game for things like Soges, but you could still do 1,000 runs and never see a Soge. Meanwhile, we've already seen like several unique amulets, several unique rings, a Soge drop from them, several uniques of like all different types, freaking like 12 to 20 jewels at this point. I don't even know, between like all of us. Like the rainbow facets. We're talking rainbow facets, not even just like blue jewels. Llama cried about TZ Andy and got it nerfed. Yeah, and now we have a way better TZ Andy that now everybody can do.
At all times. You don't have to wait during the hour.
Yeah, at all times. In any zone you want, because the shards are completely useless for anything else. So even if you don't want to do it in a specific zone, you could just go to a zone that you'd want to do it in. And since champions and elites and super uniques are the main currency for farming the elites, I'm sure there's actually specific zones that probably have a fastest like spawn rate time. Like, if you think about it, Frigid Highlands is pretty fast because you can go 8 Shank Eldrich, which are right there by the waypoint, so you can just kill Eldritch, go kill Shank. There's usually 2 or 3 champion packs by Shank, and then like by the time you've killed those, you should have at least the first Herald already spawned.
from what you were saying, you don't really have to.
Oh, we're talking about efficiency, right? I mean, efficiency. If you want to be efficient with it, you could get like, I think you could get like over 400 heralds an hour. Hey, what's up with the frickin' secret cow level shirt? Mine's downstairs dirty in my dustbin. That's why I'm not wearing it. It's dirty. I need to wash it. Yeah, thank you for the purchase, man. I try and keep most of the stuff on that shop pretty cheap. There's like an overhead, and I have to pay them for the shirts and whatnot. I don't really make too much money off them. If you want to buy something on there, like, I don't have anything super expensive on there. It's pretty much cost. I think I make like a couple dollars.
This is going to be one of the tankiest and strongest Warlock builds.
Just because you can
Everything
teleport
stays
around.
Well, you can. I have max out Blood Oath because I had the extra points to do it. So max out Blood Oath. You don't need a demon on this build. I have 3 summons. It's pretty clean. It's very point efficient. Yeah, it's in one of those builds that actually gets damage out of teleport.
Yeah, if you have an Enigma. I mean, if they could fix it with Blade Warp, it would be better. Actually, I don't even know if it would, because Blade Warp doesn't go through the packs either. Like, even if they fix it to work with Blade Warp doesn't go through the packs.
You got a lemon.
Have I tried WASD? Yeah, I have it bound. I tried it when it first came out. Like, they took it away because it was bugged. It was doing some crazy stuff, if I remember correctly.
How may I be of help?
Afternoon.
I'm so glad I played today. I found a freaking Soj. Now I can look at it and be like, oh look, it's really broken.
And you double Soj it up.
If I could get 2 Sojas, that'd be even worse. 1 Soj is a fluke, 2 Sojas is like... Bruh. Go to Far Oasis. We never did get the tier 2 Herald, did we?
Yeah, we got them both already.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah, that's why I haven't seen anything. Now we're playing the normal game.
Playing the normal game, do. I'm just teleporting around murdering champions. I want to see if I can force the 3rd one to pop out. I've already killed like 8 or 9 champion packs and elites and still nothing. What's the area with like the most champions per density?
Chaos Sanctuary, the one that just popped.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure Chaos
what
Sanctuary
about
has like 9 packs or something.
what about Tristram? Doesn't Tristram normally have like 8 or 9 champions in like a little tiny little area?
I think you can only force 6 in there or something. I forget how that zone works. That's one of the logic of this game is weird.
Chris Wilson is touching himself to the Warlock nerfs? What the hell? The Warlock didn't really get nerfed. Echoing Strike got nerfed.
That was the Warlock, Ginger. That was the Warlock.
Exactly. Apparently everybody thinks that Echoing Strike was the only skill on the Warlock for some reason.
Oh, the demon's kind of he's kind of poo-poo now.
I mean, I'm probably gonna get some hate mail for saying this, but I think the demon was always kind of poo-poo. Like most of the time, if your build was set up properly, like you were just murdering everything, and that demon didn't matter. Like it was like a third wheel on your bicycle. Like yes, it was useful in some situations when you needed a tank, and like, but like most of the time, it just kind of was there, and like as good as okay, I guess. I used it sometimes for an aura. I used it sometimes for like being a tank, but like, when it died, I never really cared. I got like whatever trash bind that I could get in its place. Some people were spending like hours at a time trying to get like the perfect bind demon. Meanwhile, I was like, give me like the trash monster over there that looked at me funny. Yeah, him. Oh, there you go. We got the third one. We did it, boys. Where's my Soj? Where's my Soj? Where my Soj? Where my Soj at? Where my Soj at? Chain boots. Not beautiful treads of Sathon. It's a +2 chaos skills amulet. You need a +2 chaos skills amulet for your chaos build.
I already found a Mars
Oh.
from a T1 hero.
My bad. I forgot we're in cheat land.
What do you mean? Like, I don't even need trade on this server. Like, why would I trade? I can play solo self-out on this server.
Oh wow. You want that? It's a +4 Abyss book with +4 Blood Boil.
That's kind of crazy.
Let's put a Splendor in it. I got a Lumber in if you don't have one. See how high you can bring your Abyss up.
I would actually need the dagger. I'll definitely keep it for now.
I mean, that's not like best in slot. Best in slot would be a blue, but +4 is still pretty dang good. Ethereal Legend Sword, no sockets.
Or Diablo.
He takes so much damage from just like the mirrored blades. It's stupid. The great bow of it's not so great. Ooh, ethereal scissors guitars. Meh. Alright, next game. Banana says I'm demon. Ow. I actually really want a freaking minion. Just want to grab something. Ah, not that. Hey, look, another jewel. Start getting 40-15s all the time. Hey, I bound one quickly. What do you know? And I got fanaticism. A herald is not
second one.
you.
Alright, we don't even finish the Chaos Sanctuary run. Just kidding.
I mean, honestly, like, I don't know. Depends on how far along you are in the run. Wow, all blues. That's the first, like, garbage drop I've seen from a herald. I wonder if you can get it on seal popping. We're gonna try a seal this time, Leon. Or actually, you know what? Let's do it next time since we've already killed most of this stuff. You know how to do seal pops, right?
Yeah.
I'm curious whether the seal pop deaths count toward the heralds. There's a plate mail. You need a bone flesh for a merc? I already got one earlier.
I have one.
You got one as well?
Yeah, the speed terror's only been out for a day. I mean, come on. Why wouldn't I have one?
Have I got a Soj from Herald yet? Yes. I already got a Soj.
Yeah, there we go.
Already got a Soj. They drop so many rings and so many amulets, it's like impossible not to. Alright, so let's do a seal pop this time. Don't matter which ones we kill, we just want to kill only the things. We get the last seal, then we gotta prep up for the seal pop. Oh god, I'm gonna die. That was good. I ran out of mana. I literally just ran out of mana. That was great. Should have got some potions before I started. I guess I was out completely. Can use the Sojas to reroll rares? Sure.
Any pops of seal. All right, everything's popped.
Okay, so the last step that we have to do is you have to teleport around really fast. Where's the last seal? Up here? Did we kill the bosses yet? Oh, you popped all the
No.
seals, but you didn't kill the bosses?
Where's grandpas are dead. There we go.
Okay. Alright. Get, is Infector dead yet? Okay.
No.
Alright, so here's what we gotta do. I'm gonna teleport around really quickly, activate all the monsters. You kill the other guy, okay? So I'm gonna make sure everything's activated. You just go ahead and kill Infector. It does. It does work.
We got them both.
That's
We
what
got
I
'em
thought.
both.
That's what I thought. That's literally what I thought was gonna happen. Where are they though?
I don't know, dude.
They
Where is
must.
it?
They must have
On
spawned.
Diablo?
They must have spawned where the monsters are. So whatever the monster is that killed them is the one that spawned them. So that's what I was thinking. It's just the death of the monster that's triggering. Not. It doesn't have anything to do with us being there.
Well, who triggered them? I don't even see them.
So maybe there was no monsters for them to take the place of?
Or they just instantly got killed because of the seals?
Maybe they did die because of the seals. Look for loot. Maybe the loot's sitting on the ground. There could just be like... I mean, look for rings. Look for rings. I don't see anything. That's funny. So because there was no monsters, they couldn't spawn, I guess?
I don't know the order of operations at this point.
Diablo just dropped 2 rings.
I feel like Diablo should have dropped Asunder after that
Yeah.
setup.
Yeah, they're gone. Like, I don't see any loot anywhere. I don't see any, like,
All right,
evidence
here's the
that they ever
question.
existed.
If we stay in this game, we get a third herald. What level? Like, what's his name?
Well, I'm
What tier
curious
is he?
if they couldn't spawn. Like, maybe if we pop a thing real quick and go to another zone, maybe they'll suddenly
Yeah.
just pop out and try and eat us.
Let's
Here,
pop it.
I got a Act 1 sitting in my stash. All right. Let's go to, like, Stony Field or something.
Tony.
Here's a champion pack. So we just bugged it then, basically? So all of them died at the same time when we bugged it. So it's incompatible with seal popping because there was no monsters to replace. That's hilarious.
Very curious what the tier is if we proc. Like, is this going to be a level 3 or level 1?
Well, let's get one. We'll keep going until we get one so we can see. Yeah, let's go into Tristram real quick and murder everything in here. A Thal rune. Dude, this freaking shards really are popping like crazy now.
Yeah, yeah. I can see as a point of season just ignoring them on the ground. They're just sitting on the ground.
Either that or just popping them specifically for what we want to use them for and like not even
Yeah.
really worrying about it.
Yeah, you literally, someone will buy like 1,000 Act 3 ones and just run Mephisto 1,000 times terrorize.
Exactly. or just do like Act 5 ones for Worldstone Keep or like Chaos Sanctuary.
There's gonna be like bulk sales. Like, I will buy 100 Act 3s.
I mean, Chaos
For the
Sanctuary seems like a good one, to be honest, if you think about
Oh
it.
no, we'll be selling them to the bots. That's what we'll be doing. We split up and we find a herald.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Just kill stuff until we get a herald. Let's get a dark wood, I guess. That's right, I did lose my blind demon, didn't I? Can I get this one without killing myself? Do I even have high enough level to get the unique one? I don't think I do. Oh, I do, okay. Ooh, Vigor Aura, nice. That'll help with the hunt. Oh, the bug. Have you seen the bug yet where the minions of the monster that you tame follow you around and can't attack you? They get like stuck in some sort of damage lock or something.
No, but I tamed the fall and had a bunch of minions. That was cool.
I'm actually kind of curious. Come here for a second and see if these guys can hit you, because they can't hit me, and I can't hit them.
Port me.
Sorry, inventory was full of deep world stone shards. What the hell? So if you look at this girl right here, the Vala Lancer, you see her with the Vigor Aura on. She's one of the minions of the one that I bound, and she's attacking me, but she can't hit me, and I can't attack her.
She seems to be attacking your demon.
Yeah, but she's part of the same family as the demon, but like she's basically, it only happened because I bound the demon. Try and bind her.
She has some AI, like she's churning towards me and my minion.
Yeah, it's like she's part of the pack of the minion that I summoned, and she's stuck as like an ally or something. But then she still tries to attack me, which is weird. I've had it happen a couple times on Solo Zofao. When I was doing the SSF runs, I would bind one, and then I'd get like a defiance aura or something on minions that weren't mine. Champion. That was a big old champion pack. Ethereal Death Cleaver? I mean, I guess, yeah. CV just dropped on the ground. Non-ethereal. Dude, what is the percent chance? Like, I swear it's like the percent chance for the regular 1 and 2s is like 20 or 25% chance or something. And then you get to like the tier 3 and it's like a 0.5% chance to spawn the tier 3 or something.
So how I think it actually works is that 1 and 2 work like we thought, like they explained, where it actually ramps up. Every monster you kill gives you more percentage to spawn one. So it's literally you spawn them, you don't, you get more percent. You get more percent. Every mob. White mobs, everything. That's how I think it works. But it's only for the first 2.
So similar to that one Path of Exile 2 ability where like it would guarantee you a crit, but it would reduce your crit damage every single time you failed until eventually you had 0% crit damage, but you would guarantee the crit. So like every monster you kill is just another like additive onto the percentage until you succeed.
Yeah, I think that's the way the first 2 work. And then it goes downhill from there.
Well, I found the Countess's tower. Short battle bow. It's the battle crap. It's the hell crap. Murdering all the mobs, killing everything. Murder and hit them with my mace. Smack them right in the ugly face. This update is horrible. I mean, yeah. There's some bad things about it. There's some good things about it. There's some weird things about it. Like your mom.
And I would be loving to see the chat and the forums if this, like, they just launched the season like this without a PTR. Like, we didn't even know. It was just day one, we're figuring this out, and everyone just flip it out. Oh, man. I think I thrive on the chaos of comments now.
I can't wait to see the feedback for the PTR, like the actual dev feedback. If we get any.
They're in the basement, okay?
I think one thing we've learned unequivocally from this is that when it comes to injecting an item into the drop table, they absolutely suck at it. They should never do that again. The moment that they start injecting items into the drop table, like, the whole drop table just turns silly. It's like, oh yeah, we're just gonna make it more likely that a ring will drop. I'm like, oh, Soj. Wait, what? Yep, Soj. But that's not what, that wasn't supposed to happen. Soj. Look, it's just a Soj, okay? Everybody's found a Soj? I got 3. Another Soj yet? No, we haven't got another Soj yet. We're not farming the heralds quite as rapidly as we were previously. We're trying to see if we can answer the question of whether or not those fake heralds that spawned in the Chaos Sanctuary count toward the total. We want to see what the next spawn is, or whether it's going to reset back to tier 1. What's up, Nephilim PvP? Welcome to the danger zone. Welcome to the danger zone. We got lots of danger. Punching all the monsters right in there. Range Rover. Oh, you got it. So.
Oh, these are fast. I can't read it. They're too fast.
Oh God, no! Portal.
They have the aura. They're so fast.
Where is it?
They're in there. They're ghosts. They're fast ghosts.
Fear. It's a fear.
That's 3.
So it did actually still count for 3, even though we didn't get the first one and 2.
Yeah, interesting. So that's future knowledge, future exploit incoming. Might be able to use that in the future.
Stunned. He's done.
I'm gonna lock that one up and throw away the key.
Hey, look, another ring. Ring, a ling, ding, ding, ling, a ding, ling, a ding, 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 ring, a bing, a bing, a ding, a ling, a. Ring a ding, a ling, a ding, ding, dong. Come on down and sing a song. Ring a ding, a ding, ding, dong. Yes, Codiferous Rex. Codiferanto, the monster dog. Cody is a monster. Him's a monster boy. Can you spot the Cody the monster dog on the screen? Can you spot him?
Yep.
He's doing the press my nose into you so you pay attention to me. He's just pushing his nose and hot breathing me. It's hot breaths. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, big old monster. Oh no, he's a monster boy. Oh, hey. A monster boy. He's obnoxious. How's that feel? That feel good? Why are you so big? How about that? Why are you such a big old butt? How many Oculuses do you got, bro?
You want to see what else I dropped for my herald farming?
Oh, let's drop it all on the ground. Look. Facet. And Dario.
Don't start doing it.
Look at all this crap. Where's my Soj at? There's my Nagel. There's my Mantle.
This is a sloppy.
I don't know. I want to see it all on the screen. I think it's funny. There's my Soj. Angelic. Ravenfrost. Angelic. Another Soj. Another Angelic Wings. An Aratha's Collar. Another Angelic Wings. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, it just keeps dropping. It just keeps on dropping, and I don't know if it's stopping, and I don't know what to do about it, yo. It just keeps on dropping, and I don't know if it's stopping, and I don't know what to do about it, though.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Just gonna pick up everything.
Want a tale of razorness?
A razor tail.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Hey, me and my buddy just did the Easter egg twice on the live server, and it seems to be nerfed. Have you heard of any stealth nerfs from a recent update? Nerfed? What do you mean you're having trouble doing it? Because I didn't have any trouble like getting it done, as opposed to it working. But I did have trouble getting it done, as in like it was a pain in the butt to like make the frickin' stupid things actually do the dance. Do a little dance, make a little love. Get down tonight, do. Get down tonight, do. Did they mess with drops? Yeah, they messed with drops. They artificially inserted drops into the heralds, and the heralds are just dropping everything in the world now. I already got a Soj, if that tells you anything. Like 2 days into the 2 days into the PTR, and I already have a Soj in my inventory. So, and let that be a question for you. Am I trying the Sunder Herald double dip exploit? Double dip. Cody, I need you to go get me an alligator. If you can do that for me, can you go get me the alligator? I need an alligator stat. Go get him for me. Go get your alligator. Go get him. He said, dang it, where did he go? He said, I don't know where he went.
Overburdened.
Give me all these thunders. It's mine. Man and man and man and man. And I'm gonna steal them all. You can't have them. Dangerously low alligator levels. That's right. Where's my alligator? Where the hell is my gator, boy? You better bring me my gator. I'm gonna steal your alligator. That's gonna be my gator.
You want a balos? I got a balos.
You got a balos.
I got a measured rat.
A balos and a measured wrath. And actually need some books. You got this is a terrible +1 tainted book. This is awful. Why you give me this? Why you give me the that's a low taint. I need the high taint.
I got a blood pack, mithril shard.
I need the high taint. I think I'm gonna hop off and watch a movie. I was thinking about it. I'm gonna go watch a movie. I gotta go work tomorrow anyway.
All right, fine. Get out of here, all right? Get out of here, man.
Yeah, I'm leaving. I'm blowing this popsicle stand. I'm blowing it.
I'm gonna go hang out with Phil.
You should hang out with Phil. Talk smack about me the whole time too.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna talk smack.
All right, guys and gals, it's been fun. It's been like 5.5 hours. As always, I do appreciate you guys joining. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the content.